Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you, those who have joined us today on ASMA's Education Leadership Conclave, powered by UniApply. Today, we bring to you a very special edition on school leadership, and we are going to be talking about how technology and innovation is transforming India's school education. Needless to say, COVID has been a disruption, and I think we have all dealt with it, and we have come to a point that we are looking at it as a part of life. At the same time, the school ecosystem has evolved to deal with it. I remember my first school conference somewhere in the month of June and July, where the apprehensions were very high as to how things will progress, how the ecosystem will adapt, how teachers will be ready, how parents and students will react. But the fact of life is, look into your own households. I think students are enjoying it. Kids are just ready, and kids are actually taking it in a right spirit progressively. Well, there are two type of challenges. At one hand, with private institutions and leading schools, it's about how well they adapt technology. On the other hand, government is struggling to bring inclusion so that everyone at the grassroots level also, you know, get the benefit of technology reaching to them, and the school education can reach to the student at the last mile also. I think there are very interesting scenarios building up. These are all opportunities ahead of us, and the entire school fraternity is evolving to deal with it. Today we have with us Shri Khaware Sahab from Navodaya, Samiti, who is going to be helping us to know and understand how government machinery is actually dealing with this pandemic scenarios. At the same time, we'll learn from him the global perspective as he brings a lot of insight from all the shows. So with this, there is a galaxy of speakers with us today from all over the country. We have schools representation from north, south, east, and west. And I believe that deliberations of today on three different important topics, along with the panel sessions from UniApply, ORI Robotics, and FMA Digital, are going to help us understand how technology is also coming, in between to help schools, do their bit. So I'm so excited. I welcome you all again to this interesting episode, and looking forward to learning a lot from all the expert panelists here today. Thank you so much, and welcome to ASMA's Education Leadership Conclave, a special episode on school leadership today, powered by UniApply. Over to you, Chandan.
Yes. Thank you, Rob. It was a warm welcome to all the eminent speakers, all the attendees, uh, the partners who are supporting us in this cause. The event has been powered by UniApply. We have been supported by FMA Digital, ORI Robotics, and Digital HR, the leading community in human resource. So education is playing a very vital role. We are all aware of it in balancing the new economy and new economic and social life over here. School education is playing equally important role, and we have seen how the preschool and the school segment have been struggling since the COVID started. Now the opportunities come of collaboration. So ASMA took an initiative to start this journey and have the collaboration happening from the government sector, regulatory bodies, corporate, academia, from school to higher education. So this is the need of an hour. Let's collaborate with each other. And we can see in the launch of this forum of Education Conclave and in today's how the engagement of government and corporate is also helping us understand the need and how to take this journey forward. So education is actually now moving towards the blended mode, hybrid mode, and flip mode, as we all are aware, and it would be coming in the talks which is lined up in the series. We are throughout exploring the adoption of the new ways to navigate through COVID-19 world. And COVID has actually opened new chapters and has taught many new lessons to all of us. So let us rethink, let us reskill, and let us reboot ourselves. So with this, let us invite the keynote speaker for the day, Shri Khaware. I've been knowing Mr. Khaware since long. He is my personal favorite. His knowledge and expertise in the field of school sector is actually unmatched. His tenure in KVS since 1995 was instrumental in setting up many path-breaking projects. He has worked in NIOS, the body of Government of India, as Secretary on Deputation. So you have also been associated with the organizations such as Ramakrishna Mission, Atomic Energy, All India Radio, and NABA. At KVS, your focus area for innovation in assessments, examination, curriculum development, sports, games, and strengthening the pre-education sector, pre-primary education sector. The knowledge and contribution is also in the field of training skills, mentoring, training policies, preparation of various course models. And we all are aware the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan and Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, these come under the leading, the Government of India streams. And in fact, KVS is having more than 1,200 schools who is catering to and engaged with more than a million students over here in different parts of country, not only in India, but even how KVS has explored itself outside India, maybe in the countries like Moscow, Tehran, Kathmandu, etc. So under your leadership, sir, the KVS has involved in many growth aspects, and we have seen many reforms and developments in over there. So without wasting much time, let us invite, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Khaware. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Sir, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Sangathan, and entire team of ASMA. It is very nice privilege to have a topic which is very, very relevant today in the backdrop of COVID-19. And a technique, a tool which was considered to be quite optional now has become a mandatory. We have no choice except using technology and various online methodologies to reach out to the students. I will like to have 4 areas of my discussion today: National Education Policy 2020 and the technology. That aspect I will try to begin with. In COVID-19 scenario, I would like to explain how things should move. I will also like to highlight some technology innovations which have now become new normals. And I will also like to highlight the use of technology in my organizations such as Kendriya Vidyalayas and JNVs, which are very much, I think, relevant and similar to the different setups. Now, if you see the National Education Policy 2020, we find that now there is no teacher in the school and no student in the classroom. But then should education stop? As a precaution, we have to decide we cannot put our students into the danger of oblivion. The education must continue. And that's why the new education policy aspects we have also to see. Some of the features of the new education policy features, which I can highlight now in brief. First is importance of multilingual ability and mother tongue. Now, if that is that's an area which we have neglected, we gave over importance to English, and we just saw that everybody will have English as a medium of language. Now, after 7 decades of freedom, we have realized that a man cannot rise to the occasion, cannot have innovations and experimentation until unless he is given education in his own language. And India is a pluralistic country. There are so many languages. Even one language of yours, your state or district will not help you grow in the country. So you need to have many, many languages. The National Education Policy highlights the need that the students at the primary stage should be exposed to more than a few languages, And English is, of course, one of the languages. The national education policy does not mean to undermine the importance of English. English has become very predominant part of our language and culture. There is a very good infrastructure for English, and to interact with the world community, English is the only foreign language which is so close to us that we can call it even our language. Now, one of the complaints about our education was that the curriculum was very much fixed. It was just fit all types of tailor-made things. Now, with the new education policy, we will have curriculum which will have the needs of the students at their various stages of life into the picture. Even the assessment will be also quite flexible. There is emphasis on skill education. We all know that only 5% of our students in India are getting skill education, which is so small in comparison to South Korea's 95% of skill education. And all other good countries like maybe Finland or Denmark or Sweden or America or England or France, they have all their skill education component more than 60% of the entire education system. This is a very much neglected part till now, and I'm happy that this national education policy puts tremendous emphasis on skill education by mainstreaming it and by giving the flexibility to the learners to go for mainstreaming again, or to add a vocational subject while he is learning other academic subjects. Quality is also one aspect. Our classrooms are set up in such a way that we always promote and concentrate on mediocres, the middle level students. The people who are lagging behind continue to lag behind, and those who are very bright find our classrooms and education system very much boring. Now, with this new education policy, there is a fillip for those quality students who can even go for advanced classes, who can take other challenges and really make their education learning interesting. We also find budget allocation increased recommendation in the policy, which is very much required. And then teacher education. Teacher education is one part which we always think is neglected. If the teachers are good, students will be good. And if today's students are good, then tomorrow's teachers will also be good. So it will be a very nice, bright cycle. Now that this license given teaching certificates and diploma programs will end, a learner has to have a 4-year course in their education system. They have to choose before graduation whether they have to enter the education part or not. With all these things, I think teacher education will have a very new improvement systems. We also can have a COVID-19 scenario. That for this, I think you are inviting people to have this discussion. COVID-19 was completely uncalled for, unsolicited, unpredicted, unwanted danger. It comes after centuries when we are caught by a pandemic like this, where everything is paralyzed. We can just imagine 100 years back when these types of pandemics happened, we were more miserable and helpless. Now, even when we are not face to face, we can interact so nicely with the whole world. And that is the beauty of technology. This thing has been brought only by technology. So if we are good at technology, if we have the technological infrastructure, if we have the technological know-how, and if we are completely exposed to this, we are getting away from this COVID menace very easily. And this is a very big test. Those who neglected technology must be repenting now. Those who invested on technology must be happier now. With the technological advancement in their hands, they are not missing out so many things, as it simplifies access. It improves learning experience from anywhere, from any time. And the student can learn at their own pace. In classroom, if you attend, you will learn. If you don't attend, you miss out. Here, all the classes, the online classes also have the recorded options. A student who misses out can even do it, even revise it. They can help prepare for their future career with the help of technologies. There is a demand from the students that technology should be used more and more because it is flexible. And most importantly, the students need navigation skills. Today, the most important, significant skill with a student is whether he can navigate, whether he can get to the goal without getting digressed, without you missing concentration. So these are the days when the students have the taste of that. Many technological innovations in school education are being used, breaking the barriers of the classroom walls, like Skype, Zoom, Teams, WebEx, and many other tools, with the use of tablets and PCs, interactive whiteboards, Google Apps, digital libraries, Microsoft Skype, for example, virtual field trips, flipped classrooms, for example, Khan Academy is a nice example for that. And then ICT for children with special needs, like text-to-speech, speech recognition, word prediction, and finally, e-learning. But then there is constraint side also. The challenges for the online learning or use of technology in learning, at least two I can count. One is how to convince parents and teachers that even online learning is possible. Learning is possible online. Our myth is that nothing can be taught when the teacher is not face to face. So there is this barrier which has to be broken, but fortunately and hopefully, students don't have this barrier. They are fully confident that they are as good as they are for the online learning or for the face-to-face teaching learning. They have no difference. They adapt so quickly that we don't have any problem from the students. Then there is another problem of infrastructure and bandwidth, which we cannot help, but with that, we have to move on. There are so many technologies, but I think in the days to come, the normal technology will become, these technology will become new normals, like virtual reality for interacting in 3D world, like artificial intelligence and machine learning to automate grading of subjects and providing feedback on areas that need improvement, enhance personalized learning, especially those with special needs, cloud computing for education, for resources which can be accessed from anywhere. It can also eliminate the hassles of carrying tons of books, chat live with the tutor. We also can have the fourth technological intervention of 3D printing. In Kendriya Vidyalayas and Navodaya Vidyalayas, where adult tinkering labs are there, for the first time we have seen 3D printers. It makes the project job, innovative jobs and tinkering jobs so interesting and fun. Complex issues are simplified, prototypes can be built, and concepts which look very abstract and difficult can be made real. Social media is the fifth such tool for the education institutions. We can see the use of WhatsApp groups and telegrams and Facebook and Twitters, which are exchanged among the students. The use of biometrics are always there. In Kendriya also we use biometrics for attendance in some cases, facial recognition, fingerprints, voice recognition, eye tracking, etc. will be the need of the hour to make more transparency and reliability in the system. Because human beings tend to use some foul mechanisms to prove and for their vested interest. Use of technology, including CCTV, makes it very, very difficult. Now, as far as our schools are concerned, Kendriya Vidyalayas and Navodaya Vidyalayas, we use many technological interventions. The first intervention, you can say, it was computer lab, which was used to make our teachers sensitized to use computers for computer teaching computers. That we began with when we started with class 11 and 12 informatic practices, computer science, web designing, and from class 3 onwards for giving computer introductory knowledge. These computer labs were very much handy. Now their numbers have increased manifold. On an average, every KV will have more than 10 computer labs. The second intervention which was used for teaching purpose was whiteboards or digital boards. The teachers find it very easy to use interactive digital boards where they can write what they want to write, and they can get those things from the websites which will be relevant for their classrooms. They can make their lesson plannings with all these interventions in advance and use it in the classrooms so that students have a feel of learning things by visiting them. We have a project called e-Pragya, where we gave tablets to the students of class 8 4 years back of 25 schools in the country, which they found it very easy, especially to learn maths and science. We have Microsoft tools for the teachers. We have many other portals from Ministry of Education that we are using and our learners are using. Use of cloud is very important. All Navodayas and Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan use the NSC cloud for keeping their data in a very big quantity. We also introduced digital language labs in Kendriya Vidyalayas. The number must have crossed now to 500, where the languages can be learned in a language learning mode with monitor, with headphones, and with all those speech therapy tools. We have e-office. The entire Kendriya Sangathan regional offices have been now governed by e-office. These files, papers are used up to the minimum. We also have online admission. Every year you might have observed in class 1, we have an advertisement for class 1 admission. For 1 lakh and odd seats, more than a million admission are sought, and everything is taken care of by the system. The fees of the students are also collected online with UBI portal. We also run online classes. Now we are only running online classes because students are not in the schools, and whatever learning is happening in Kendriya Vidyalayas or Navodaya Vidyalayas are only due to the success of the online classes. We also have collaborations with major IT companies. Recently, we also chose to have a mobile device management to just see what is the efficacy and use of our computers and other things. Finally, I would like to just give a message of this new education policy once again. This new education policy and this coronavirus both have taught a very big lesson to us. Atmanirbhar. You have to be self-dependent. If we are not self-dependent, we cannot sail in this, I think, tough ocean. So, Atmanirbhar Bharat has certain aspects which are very much relevant for education also, like auto learning. The students now need to learn to learn. They have to learn by themselves most of the cases. The knowledge is so big and the change in the knowledge system is so fast that if you cannot update yourself and if you wait others will update you, you will become obsolete in 1 year. So you always have to become self-auto learner. Second thing is curiosity. Curiosity cannot be injected into you. It has to be, it is already there in us. Every child is curious. A 4-year-old children ask 100 questions per day, but 40-year person, they do not ask any question. That is the problem. We have stopped being natural, but now this curiosity is not optional. We have to be curious to know many things. Once you are curious, the gates of knowledge will automatically open. And we have to learn how to assess ourselves. Why to depend on the others to assess? Why they will give a certificate whether I am good at maths or bad at maths. Can I not learn to assess myself in class 10 where I should have been and now where I am? If I can assess myself on this count, improvement is very easy and motivation is very, very handy. The art of introspection is always important, will always remain important. And in this age of education, we have to keep on introspecting and retrospecting so that we don't miss out the roads. Competition with others is not required. You will never go to anywhere by competing with others because it will be a luck, sheer luck. If you are competing with the weak, even you will become strong even when you are a weak person. If you are competing with a very strong person and you are also strong, but even then you will feel weak. So there is no point in competing with others. Compete with yourself. In 2020 January, if I was there in 2021 January, whether I have advanced. So that is competing with self is the order of the day. And then specialization. We have to specialize in some of the areas so that we also can help others. Everybody cannot specialize in every area, but everybody can know something of other area if someone else is specialized in that area. The very theme of education that our forefathers said, Sa Vidyalaya Vimuktaye. That means the education is one which liberates, and one who is liberated, one who is free, must be self-dependent. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Great, sir. So thank you so much for setting up the right tone. So whatever points you discussed and discussed through your speech is actually very relevant in the kind of the transition phase which we are going through COVID areas. And the discussion point of today's event was again on technology, innovation, and how to implement the education policy. Is you have set the right tone. It will be helpful for the other coming panelists to understand it better and to take in right direction. I admire the way in your leadership, sir, the way the KVS has grown, and it's one of the leading autonomous body of the government of India and the Ministry of Education, and with thousands of schools and again 1 million of students, and with the kind of changes which you have brought in such a big educational institution of government of India, with all the new age learning is really inspiring, and people are actually hearing you, they are listening you, and those who follow you, they really admire the kind of work which these leading organizations under such a strong leadership under leaders like you are doing that thing. So thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and coming, and we thought that this audience should be addressed, and we are happy that you are here, sir. In many of the forums, we'll keep on inviting you, and we think that your blessings and patronage will keep on coming. So if time allows, sir, you can just switch off your video, and you can please witness to the upcoming sessions which are being told by the panelists as well. So thank you so much, Khaware sir, for being with us.
Thank you very much, Chandan.
Yes. So now moving forward, we have an industry presentation by Mr. Ritesh Chavla. He is the regional head of UniApply. So UniApply is our powered by partner for ASMA Education Leadership Conclave. This event is started on 24th of last month, and we are going to have series of webinar, and it is going to last for more than 3 months and will continue till December. So we'll be inviting and having very interesting and good deliberation in preschool, in school segment, in higher education segment, inviting the collaboration and opportunities with the government, with corporate, with human resource fraternity, and obviously the academia sector. So to introduce Mr. Ritesh Chawla, he is the regional head of UniApply and he's a seasoned professional with experience of 10 years in K-12 and higher education. He has mentored more than 1 lakh students and parents in different public seminars and one-on-one sessions for solving problems regarding career and helping them to choose the informed career. As regional head of business development with educational platform UniApply, Chawla handles smooth onboarding of schools on UniApply's platform and help of his team. Chawla has derived various projects and training from training for schools teachers in different areas such as PSA test by CBSE, career competency test, and stream competency test. We would like to understand and know more from Ritesh Chawla as we are aware that UniApply.com is one of the portal who helps search your school and it helps simplify the search of schools. And so let us learn and understand more from him that how UniApply can ease the process of school search, application, enrollment process. So searching a school locality, comparison of your schools, all those things is going to come from him. So over to you, Ritesh. Welcome.
I can't switch on the camera, Chandan. Can you help me to? Because I guess it's from yours. Yeah.
Administrator, please look into this.
You're visible.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank you for my wonderful introduction. And I would also like to thank Mr. Khaware sir for setting up the all context about technology and how technology helped the school students and the teachers, how they bridged the gap while they were at home and the teachers were at their own home, students were there at home, and how teacher during the pandemic adopted the technology and delivered the academics and helped students to learn, and they were relentlessly working towards giving them education, and I guess they have done really well. If I talk about, they have adopted technology so quickly, and it is really appreciable. So moving forward, and sir has set, sir set it the context really well that now how technology, other than just teaching, how technology is helping in other areas to schools. Like sir spoke about the fee collection and the other interaction and giving presentation. So COVID has taught us a lot many things when it comes to technology adaptation. I would like to come to the topic of where I'm going to talk about use of technology in school admission landscape. But before that, I will just give a little background that how school used to adopt technology. So once the student have admitted in the school, so what school used to do? School adopted the smart classboard, smart classrooms, where they introduced various smart boards and various tools, learning tools, where learning became really interesting and learning became better for children. So the smart classroom really worked well, right? But when we talk about the school admission, that is the pre-stage, right? A student will enter into school, then student will enjoy that technology of learning. But imagine where a parent in a metro city or in a non-metro city or tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 city have to struggle for admission. So generally, when a parent have to go for an admission, parent in a city like Delhi, Mumbai have to consider more than 5 to 7 school for his kid. So he has to go for the application for 5 to 7 schools. So eventually what happens is it becomes the tedious task, because for applying school, parent have to see the lot of parameters, whether it's a fitment school for him or not. So fitment also have different choices, whether can I afford this school, does this school provide the transportation, does this have the smart classrooms, or the other choices which probably a parent is looking for, right? So eventually parent has to do a lot of homework when it comes to shortlisting school for his ward. Now we all know that tech is a problem solving tool. So how technology can solve this problem, you know. So one is tedious task, which I spoke about. Second is whenever school parent look for a school, so parent is seeking for, you know, the true ranking, the true content about school. But eventually what happened when as a parent, if I go to Google, you know, and I search for a particular school, so I will see the featured ranking. So I won't be able to know the exact about the school. So I may get the feature ranking. So this is also a question that true rank, the true content versus featured content. So generally parent look for a feature, the true content followed by the fitment. So these are the challenges at the side of parent. Parent have to make an Excel sheet that one when the admission are starting, you know, for all those 7 schools which is opting for, you know, which is, you know, under the bucket of his choice. In cities like Delhi, where admissions are really governed by the Directorate of Education and the state government, and a parent knows the you know, the admission will happen between this particular window per se. In generally the admission starts in the month of November and the window is of 15 days, right? So but if I move just out of Delhi and I stepped into the adjoining state in Uttar Pradesh, if I you know, just get into the city Ghaziabad, all 10 schools will have 10 different dates of, you know, form release and the deadline to submit the form. So eventually parent have to make an Excel sheet and do a tedious task to maintain that record, take you know, off, they take off from their office and businesses and go to that school, do the homework. Either they will, you know, search on the website. If they are not able to find the relevant information on the website, then they will go to schools to check it out. So eventually there was a lot of gap where, you know, the lot of efforts were required to change this landscape and make it better. And on the other side, so there are two, when we talk about admission, there are two major stakeholders. One is parent, and on the another side, schools are the major stakeholder. So for school, school also face a lot of challenges. If I speak about the school which are located in the city, they have really excess of you know, application against their seats available, right? So I won't name school, but yes, the school in the heart of the city are actually taking the 10x, 20x, or maybe 30x applications. I'm particularly talking about Delhi against the number of seats available. So when it comes to accepting that application, I know the school is, you know, pretty much gaining that name and fame that school is having more applications. But when you go inside, school have to do a lot of sorting and you know, filtration for the correct application selection. So school also have to sort on the basis of certain parameters which school have. You know, maybe it can be based on distance, it can be based on they give preference to somebody like who already have a sibling. Okay, so school also have a lot of filtration process to select that application, and doing through an Excel sheet by the academician, it is, you know, there's a lot of challenge for doing that tedious work. So ultimately both the stakeholders are putting a lot of effort, and there's a on this landscape at UniApply we thought that there's a, you know, lot to do to help the parent fraternity, parent community, and on the other side schools. So in fact we at UniApply, we tried to solve this problem, and to give you a brief about UniApply, we have a common application platform. So Chandan, I was in fact talking about that once a parent go out to fill the application form for school, so you have to fill 7 different applications. Imagine. So the effort, you know, which probably can take 1/7 of the time, he have to make it 7 times. Okay. So if he is going physically, he have to take you know, off from the school for maybe 2-3 days. If dates are different, then okay, more than 2-3 offs. So at UniApply, we thought, okay, let's solve this problem using technology and a technical platform where parent can fill application form for all the school by just one application, which will be a common application form. So by common application form, and now being a business head here in as a regional head in UniApply, my role is to onboard school, so that school can also see that use of technology and see that technology, how they can solve their problem of filtering or the sorting of application, right? So this is how we are helping both the side. If I talk about parent, if I talk about school, so parent at one go can evaluate all the school, can have a look according to the vicinity. So distance is the first and foremost parameter, followed by the fees. So once I'm sure the panelists and the audience which is there, if they will go and check the website, so it is very sorted. So you will see first according to the vicinity, then followed by your fitment. So you can go select, apply, and we are trying that schools are coming on board. We are getting really great response from school. We have, we were apprehensive, but school are responding really well. Beyond our expectations, school are responding really well to come on board, and keeping me really busy, and I am happy for that. So that's about, that's how we are changing this landscape of admission, school admission through the common application platform. So, Chandan.
Yes. Great, Ritesh. So it was in fact, very informative. The way the organizations and the companies like UniApply is helping out, sitting at their doorsteps, at their home, and can still search the best of the best schools in their locality and their geographic region. So, Ritesh, just one query when I was listening. In fact, I shifted my location from Delhi NCR to Pune, and in Pune also I'm quite searching for some of the schools for my daughter. She is in class 5th now. So, how is UniApply going to help me in that search? This is my personal. Maybe I can ask you offline, but can you in this forum?
It's a good question, though, Chandan, but we are currently functioning in 7 cities of Delhi NCR, right?
Okay.
So if you talk about Delhi and the adjoining cities like Ghaziabad or the Gurgaon or Bahadurgarh, Faridabad, so all sites we have acquired. So currently we are operating out of these 7 cities, and I hope that soon we are going to come there in your city.
Take it as a use case. Take it as a use case to explain.
Yes. So I'm sure, Chandan, you and parents are sitting out there, whether they are a teacher, admin staff, or anyone. For their own, what they have to take multiple school as an option. They don't have any other choice. And filling up the application process at 7 different platforms really become a tedious task, whether it's online, whether it is offline. But once you get the comprehensive solution just at a single platform, eventually it is going to help you. So we at UniApply, we are simply trying to help the parents as well as schools. So for parents, we have the common application platform, and for school, by school using our technical tools can sort the application and reduce the human efforts, where actually they are keeping their staff and putting 3 to 4 teachers or maybe 5 teachers, depending upon the strength of the application they receive. They have to put a lot of human efforts. When we put human efforts, there also scope of human error, Chandan. So that is also very important. Technology play really important role there, because the logics that function in the architecture behind that website or the software calculate everything automatically and helps the school to solve their problem as well. In fact, in these days of COVID, parents cannot afford to stand in a queue of 200 or 300. It is really difficult to maintain social distancing when they go out and stand in a queue to take the school form. Though most of these schools now have adopted the online application, but yes, they have online application on their own platform. So still the common application platform will help parent and the school. Parent, for the parent side, it will also smooth the process. So the drop rate will go really, down. Like I'll give you an example.
Great.
Like when I was talking to, for the purpose of research.
I'll connect Ritesh. So let the panel come up with now. We are actually going ahead with the next panel over here. So maybe we can take the discussion offline over here. And school getting simplified with the help of UniApply. This is how Ritesh helped us to understand, and how UniApply is actually bridging the gap of the school search from from the parents lobby, from the students, and to the school is really interesting. And to know more, we need to know that where we have to log in. It's uniapply.com. Is it, Ritesh? So thank you so much for all this insight and information over here. So just sticking to the timelines and to moving ahead with the next panel discussion over here is on how technology and innovations are transforming India's school education. So we have an eminent panel speakers over here. To start with, the session will be moderated by Dr. SWATI LODHA. She is the president of SWATI Education and Research Foundation, 360-degree life coach and best-selling author. And with Ms. SWATI, we have the eminent speakers, DEEPA BHUSHAN. She is the director of schools, CP Goenka Group of Schools. Dr. Niyati Chitkara, she is the vice president, Schools Chitkara Educational Trust. Ms. ANJALI RAZDAN, she is the educationist, director education, Solan Public School, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Sudhir Kukreja, he is the co-founder of Credence International School. Dr. Rena Jan, director and head Witty Group of Institutions. So to introduce the moderator of the session, Ms. SWATI LODHA, she is the author, and she has written many books, which we can see in the brief over here. But many books she has written, I guess more than 10 books she has authored, and she's the mentor and an entrepreneur. She has mentored many of the startups. She's a trainer in corporate training, and your two projects has been funded by the World Bank. You are working and have taken many initiatives in women entrepreneur empowerment. Your new concept is also coming up with for the elderly generation. Your project is about to launch that. I would not be to brief that more. Maybe it will be coming from your mouth. It's good. You are active in many podcasts. How to bridge the adult and child relationship is how you summarize that in your books. You have authored two of the books, which is highlighting over here. It's 54 Reasons Why Parents Suck is one of the parenting book, and and it was very exciting for me to know that along with Ms. Dr. SWATI LODHA, the co-author of this book is his daughter as well. So she's the co-author of the book with her. Then the second book is Don't Raise Your Children, Raise Yourself. It's very interesting. By understanding and knowing the name of the books, one can understand what will be the content inside. Her latest book, a biography, will soon be adopted into a film by the John Abraham production, and a leading actress would be having a lead role over it. And to you, Dr. SWATI LODHA, we wish you all the best for your upcoming book, which is Excellence 360, which is focusing on personal excellence, parenting, leadership, and relationship. I would like to invite you to lead this session, Dr. SWATI LODHA.
SWATI ma'am, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted. Am I audible, Chandan?
Ma'am, we can see you and you're pretty audible.
Am I audible too?
Yes, yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much for having me here. And this is for the first time that I'm speaking on the aegis of ASMA, and it's a pleasure for me to be moderating one of the panels for ASMA's School Leadership Conclave 2020. And we are going to talk about how technology and innovation is transforming India's school education. And so NEP, the most talked topic in education at the moment. And I think we have an esteemed August panel of 5 educationists with us today here. And I think, Chandan, you are going to introduce all of us, all of them to us first, or do you want me to take it up? How do you want me to go
it will be
forward?
honor if I can request you to take this up.
Please. Yeah.
So, I have invited already all the panel over here. So, to invite again, I would tell Miss DEEPA Bhushan, she's the director of schools from CP Goenka Group of Schools. Dr. Nayati Chitkara, she's the vice president schools Chitkara Educational Trust. Miss ANJALI RAZDAN, educationist, director education, Solan Public School. Sudhir Kukreja, co-founder, Credence International School, and Dr. Reina Jain, director, head BT Group of Institutions. The way we go ahead with this panel discussion, ma'am, once we introduce the speakers, we'll be having their speaker slides reflected in the backdrop, so we can see the details of the speakers.
All right. Thank you, Chandan. When we talk about NEP in today's time, we talk about access, equity, we talk about quality, affordability, and accountability. And the biggest improvement or a reform that we see in NEP today is how it has been linked with sustainable development, the agenda of 2030. So that comes as one of the biggest challenges for the educationists of today, that how do we make our schools aligned, resonating with sustainable development. When we start, I would request all the panelists to begin with opening remarks. And so what we'll do is we will have each speaker coming for a minute, talking a little bit about their institutions, and then a little bit about what do they feel about NEP. And then we will enter into the space of discussion where we ask questions and get answers so that all the parents, students, as well as the school fraternity can get benefit out of it. So I think I can see Miss ANJALI RAZDAN, our senior most panelist here, and I would want to say a little bit about Ms. ANJALI RAZDAN, who is here as one of the senior educationists, Director Education, Solan Public School, Solan at the moment. And ma'am, you have almost 40, a huge amount of years that you've, almost 4 decades that you've given for education. And I see all your degrees and the awards and so many things that you've been a part of. The amazing part is that you've been a part of the policy making through CBSE and NCERT, and how you have been very active in Hyderabad as well as at different places. The Excellence Awards list is really long, and we are so proud to have you here, ma'am. So before we move on and introduce others, it would be great to hear from you a little bit about what you're doing right now, as well as what do you think about NEP 2020. Over to you, ANJALI ma'am.
Thank you, SWATI ma'am. I'll just very quickly say a little bit of my life story. I began my career in 1979 in Mumbai. I'm born and brought up in Mumbai. And I began as a hardcore lecturer. And I taught botany to the undergrads there, Parle College. And having taught there and getting married there and having my child there, and we moved on to Kolkata. And Kolkata, and when I moved on to Kolkata, I had a student in Mumbai, which I'll talk about a little later, who I was teaching section cutting and stuff like that. And when I moved to Kolkata, I joined the Birla schools and the Singhaniyas, and where I was the founder principal. I completely changed my line from being a hardcore lecturer to being in the administration as a principal and stuff. 21 years in Kolkata, and we moved on to Hyderabad, and 2007. And I'm here in Hyderabad in 2007 since then, and been in a couple of schools as their heads. I retired last year in AMS Oval Ready Public School as a principal and the director education. And I'm from the north, which is Kashmir. I'm a Kashmiri, Hindu, and I think I have to say that it's east, west, north, south for me. Charo ghat ka pani piya hai maine.
Exactly, so, that's great.
So now that I'm in Hyderabad, I complete my journey of all the 4 places. And talking about Mumbai, well, when I was there with the section cutting and teaching, one of the kids who happened, not a kid, of course, they were young adults, happened to be a wonderful, sincere student of mine. I'm teaching biology and botany, and she eventually, when I went to Kolkata, and I realized she became Best Film Actress, and she's Madhuri Dixit. So,
Oh, wow.
so proud to know that we have, who grow into such wonderful, beautiful people, and so on. There are a lot of other instances. So that's part of my growing up. So if you see, it was 1979 to now, it's almost 41 years. I'm retired, but right now I'm the Director of Education of Solon Public School, which is at Solon, but I'm in Hyderabad still. I do long distance, educational stuff for them. And I'm also into a lot of freelancing with schools now as consultants and stuff like that. This is about myself. And as far as the national education policy is concerned, well, I think it was in 2018 or so, 2018 end or 2019 beginning, that there were a lot of consultations going on all over the country, regarding how do you draft a policy. That was called draft policy times, where we would sit together in every city, I think had it, every state had it also. And a lot of consents would be taken in from all sources and put together. Then they would take in the ideas, and I think ultimately they turned out what came out as the national education policy. So a lot of things were there, debated and all, but we didn't know at that time what would really be taken, what would not be taken. And we presented whatever we felt we could, and ultimately it's come out. But I think what has come out right now should have come out, almost 40 years back, should have come out 30 years back, should have come out a long time ago, because we are so much got into conventional mode of teaching that I guess it's overdue. So,
it was overdue, of course. That is the biggest insight that comes out of what you're saying.
And then they say better late than never. It's great that it's come out, but I guess we'll discuss it at the course of time right now.
Absolutely.
But I think
Thank you.
And I welcome it. Thank you.
So as we say, better late than never. So we are happy that at least, we are able to today discuss NEP, which was long due. So let us make the most of it now that it is out and see how we can use it. So moving ahead, Ms. DEEPA Bhushan, one of our esteemed panelists today. I can't see her on screen. Chandan, she's there, right? I can't see her at the moment. So
she's there.
Oh yeah, hi Deepa. So nice to see you, because I was wondering that why can't I see you anywhere, So I welcome you, Deepa. Deepa is Director, Schools, CP Goenka Group of Schools, a passionate educator for last 25 years, though you don't look it. But yes, when it is saying so I need to agree that yes, you've been an educationist for 25 years, and I see some national awards there, and I see a lot of curriculum building, assessment that you've done. Not only that, Deepa has been an author, and she's been writing about global literacy, digital literacy, financial literacy. So we are so glad to have you here, Deepa. And I'm sure that having Ms. DEEPA Bhushan here would give us a lot of information about not only what she is doing right now at CP Goenka Group of Schools, but also what are her opening thoughts about NEP 2020. So over to you, Ms. DEEPA Bhushan.
Thank you very much, Swati. I look forward to reading your books too. And
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the team of ASMA for having us here today, and a pleasure to be with my co-panelists, and look forward to listening to everyone's thoughts. I think one thing that we learned during the pandemic was collaboration, where we all got together and we learned from each other. So these panels are an opportunity for us to share and to understand from each other. So looking forward to a lot of learning today too. Well, in brief, my journey, I think that's how you want us to start with our journey?
Yes, please. Yes, please. A little bit about you and then your thoughts about NEP.
All right. I've been a teacher. Started off as a teacher, and you have the limitations, and this was 25 years back. So you have the limitations of large classrooms, as well as, limited resources while teaching. So, while working with children, and I did that for the first 4 years of my teaching journey, I realized that I needed to do much more. So in my head, I had these ideas that, we needed to teach differently. We didn't need to teach in the same way that maybe we were taught. And really, when was learning impactful for us? And from that I moved on to my journey into curriculum design. understanding curriculum design, learning about it, how curriculum needed to be mapped. And I was lucky enough to get into the space of actually writing curriculum because it took away the limitations of a classroom for me. So
Yes.
I could actually put it down on paper and then say, let's look at the workability of it. And so I'd say, okay, if I am saying that this is 100% a different thing, even if a teacher did 50 or 60% by reading it, it was different. It brought in a change in the classrooms and things happened. So that journey actually then took me to understand that, you couldn't be at one level. So if you were either doing the secondary, you couldn't limit yourselves there. You actually had to go backwards to understand the primary because that was building the foundation. If you understood the primary, you had to go further down because you had to understand the preschool. So doing this, my journey went across, from preschool to high school to really what do you need in life? And I think I was able to weave all of that through, and in that moved positions, understood. So from being a department head to being a complete head of curriculum to understanding that, yes, I wanted all this and this was the ideal scenario. What was happening at ground level was different. So then got into being a principal at school to say that, okay, let me show how this works now. Yes. And then to understanding that only being a principal didn't help. I needed to understand the operations, really the management, because it started from there. So, it's like I've been a part of every role. So from teacher to a department head to designing curriculum to getting into the operations to being a principal to being, now being management from the last, I think 7-8 years, I've actually been able to weave that thread through and understand, I think, the finer nuances of a school. So, I've had that lens to look at the micro and the macro level of a school. And
that's great, Deepa, and it's an amazing journey. It's like 360 degrees of experience in school education, moving across different genres and nuances. That's great. So I would request you to quickly share an opening remark about NEP 2020 before I move on to our next panelist.
So the NEP 2020 actually comes from a space of how we are looking at things. This has been long overdue.
Yes.
Like we spoke about it, it's been long overdue. One of the things that we must remember that it's a guiding document.
Yes.
And as of course we discuss further later, this guiding document has a lot of value in it. It's up to us as educators and across our country, all individuals, to put it together and to ensure that we make it work. Each and every element of it is taken forward and we make it work. I think that is something that we need to all look
at. The insight that I get from you in the opening remark is that making it work is one of the biggest things, and that too, all the different aspects that NEP covers. That should be our aim to learn from this guiding document. Thank you, Deepa. Thank you so much. And I will get back to you very soon. And right now we move on to our next panelist, Dr. Niyati Chitkara. Niyati, welcome to the panel. And I hope to see your face here quickly. And Dr. Niyati Chitkara, who's Vice President Schools, Chitkara Educational Trust. And I think you are there. And a quick hi from you would be amazing at the moment.
Hi, Swati ma'am.
Hi, Niyati. Wow. It's so nice to see you here, and I seem to be very laid back here, but you seem all prepared. So it gives us more energy, isn't it? So that's beautiful.
What a welcome. What a welcome. Thank you.
It's beautiful to see an energetic woman who looks more ready than all of us put together.
Oh my God.
I am sitting in a chair and, I feel like I'm sitting at home and talking to all of you.
But it's my honor amazing to be sharing this platform with such dignified.
Oh yes, no doubt about it. And so Niyati, I can see such a long list of accolades here where you have studied so much, and the different papers that you have done, and also you've been among 33 young rising stars, and so it is such an amazing journey that you've had. And I love the name, Niyati.
It's a difficult name, very difficult
It
to
is, but then
pronounce.
abhi to
Yeah.
hum sab
But I'm
Niyati.
glad you acknowledge it.
Exactly. अभी तो हम सब सिर्फ नियति के भरोसे ही हो गए हैं
Yeah.
ना. So this is such a resonating name in today's time. And without taking more time, I would request you to share some important things about you, your institution, and then your remarks about what do you think about national education policy, which was long overdue. So please share some things about you.
Okay,
Over
thank
to
you,
you.
Swati ma'am. Thank you. First of all, good afternoon to all, and special thanks to Team ASMA for this wonderful opportunity. Otherwise, I'm a born teacher, born on Teachers' Day. So since then, I've been
Wow.
teaching, yes. And I come from an organization which has 2 schools and 2 universities. So we had schools first, universities first that came up, and we used to get products from all good schools across the country. And after doing that, we used to find that, there used to be a lot of preparation that used to undergo in ensuring good placements at higher education level. So that is where, we thought of coming up with our model of school education, where we have come up with 2 schools that work on a reverse model of education. So we've not designed a K to 12 school. We've designed an Ulta school. It's university to K. So the curriculum is Ulta. And the board happens midway. So so it's a very innovative, research oriented concept. And
Great.
along with that, because we have 2 universities and we're talking about NEP here, my background is assessment. I'm an author of a book called Assessment Quotient. So my forte is designing frameworks and assessments in varied areas. And something about NEP is that, it's a very illuminating document. I've given talks on NEP, in varied platforms, and I've read it n number of times. And every time when I read it, there are different insights and different perspectives that come out of it. And the best thing about this document is that, I kind of read it from 2 perspectives, one which is easily doable and one which needs, a proper blueprint. So,
Right.
further, once we get into the details, I'll talk about it.
Sure. So Niyati, what I gather from your opening remark is that it is a nuanced document. The more you read it, the more details and the more information and more insights you get.
Right.
So
And one more thing I'd like to add, that the document is so futuristic that it talks about the synergy of school education with higher education and industry. So that's
right.
the unique part
It
about this
better
document.
becomes synergistic. It better becomes futuristic because it has already taken so much of time in coming out.
Right.
That if it is not futuristic, then we are in trouble. So
Right,
I'm
absolutely.
glad that it is such a
Thank you.
futuristic document that we can rely on it for at least a decade, because sustainable development and 2030 is what we look at when we talk about education or a policy document at the moment. So thank you so much, Dr. Niyati, to begin. And let us move on to our next esteemed panelist. Something that happens in reverse in school education more, that generally when I'm into higher education and management education, and I go to so many panels where I get the honor of being the only woman. So today it is just the ulta here happening, that we have one male panelist, and I welcome Mr. Sudhir Kukreja, who has who's a co-founder of Credence International Schools, and I see a lot of innovation happening again here, because Sudhir happens to be an MBA finance and then an equity analyst, and someone getting into education. So that's a brilliant way of looking at education in India, that MBA grad with so much of interest in educating young minds, and that is how we have a co-founder of Credence International Schools here. So Sudhir, welcome to you. And I just said it in jest that you are the, said that you are the only male panelist here. It is not the right way of introducing an esteemed panelist. So that was just in jest. And I would request you to tell something more about your journey, and also how you thought of starting Credence International Schools, plus telling us a little bit about what do you think of NEP 2020.
Thank you so much, Dr. SWATI. That was pretty much introduction that I'm probably used to. And that's something which is pretty common. And unlike what you've probably experienced, I think I'm pretty much used to being among a panel which is full of some esteemed ladies who've achieved great things in life. And I'm usually maybe one among the two or sort of, but that's really not a problem. And like you mentioned, as far as I'm concerned, so I do come from an equity research background with an MBA in finance, but let me share it with the panel and the audience out here. Just like you said, I was probably born to be a teacher. And in fact, I was a teacher much before I went for an MBA program. Just like DEEPA mentioned, I've been a teacher first. After being a hardcore teacher for 7 years, that's the time I realized that, okay, there is something bigger that I can do and contribute towards. And that's the reason I went on to do an MBA and then understood the various aspects of, running a business and an organization and scaling it up. I guess that was really helpful. And that's the space, which enabled my movement into the equity space, where I was for about 2-3 years, but that's not where my heart was. My heart was always back into the education. And that's what made me come back to the education space. And this time it enabled me to take up a leadership role. And I understood the nuances of running an organization, building one international school after the other. And, so that's where I guess my journey started way back in 2010 in the leadership roles, though I've been a teacher since 2001. So almost 2 decades now, though. And since 2012, when we established Credence International School, I think we are the youngest group in the country today, which is founded on the, foundation of technology-enabled schools with a great amount of innovation done. We've established about 9 international schools in the last 7 years across 5 states in India. And the way I'd like to, kind of relate to NEP. So somewhere I think NEP has delivered what all of us as educationists have been, really wanting to be there in our education system. My only objective, or I would say my core objective of getting into the education space was to make a difference at let's say a grassroots level and bring things which are more practical in nature, which are more relevant in nature, and not just the syllabus or the marks and ranks that we are kind of obsessed with before this NEP. So I think my biggest 2 takeaways from these for the NEP document, one is that it has now brought in the limelight the role of technology that it plays in today's time, whether be it our schools or be it our careers. I've said this on a couple of platforms earlier, and I'm going to repeat it here. I remember going to my school way back in 1990s, and I used to have 2 computer classes every week. Believe it or not, that's the scenario in 99% of the schools even today. Look at the way the world has transformed. You can't imagine your life without a computer, IT, internet, Google, whatever. But we still haven't been able to give 1 lecture a day to a subject like computers or IT for that matter. So I think that's where NEP is leading it to us. And like somebody mentioned on the panel, it's just a document right now. It needs to be brought alive. It needs to be given a shape. It needs to be nurtured, imbibed, structured, and then, bring about a new education system. I think that's what is the most important aspect of NEP that I pick up. Point number 2 that I picked up from there is the experiential learning part of it, making it practical oriented. So when the government says that we need to introduce, vocational courses or things which are experiential in nature from class 6 onwards, I believe that's an opportunity for us as educationists to make education relevant to our life and not just the exams. And the last part which I'd like to highlight.
Yeah, thank you, Sudhir. What I gather right now is that the most important thing, the 2 things that you said, one is that technology is so important, and NEP has kind of acknowledged the importance of technology in school education. And second is the experiential learning part of it, which was earlier missing, though all the educationists always talked about it. So I'm glad that we have gotten into the space where we can talk about the entrepreneurial spirit of education, through this document. So I am going to come back to you again to dive deeper into NEP 2020. And now I want to introduce the final panelist. On our panel today, Dr. Raina Jain, who is Director and Head WITI International Group of Schools from Mumbai. And Raina is already a friend, and we've met a couple of times, and I know how nice the WITI group is doing in Mumbai and in other parts of Rajasthan. So welcome, Raina. And Raina again is a homeopathic doctor and a first generation entrepreneur. So it's great to have you here, Raina, and we would love to hear from you a little bit about your journey quickly, and then a little small opening remark about what do you think about NEP 2020, and then I quickly move and start asking the questions that I have. So welcome, and over to you, Dr. Raina Jain.
Thank you so much, Swati ji. It's lovely being on this panel. I know Anjali ma'am, I've met Sudhir sir earlier. So about myself, quickly, we started this WITI group. We started with a small school under the name of WITI Kids, which as a preschool, which eventually then grew on to high school K-12 level. We then opened up branches in Udaipur and Bhilwara, and now we are a group of 10 preschools and high schools. And sorry. So we cater to CBSE. We've just started catering to the ICSE from this year. And of course, we've been catering to the CAI. We were the 5th in Mumbai to get our affiliation for the CAI. That's the IGCSE Cambridge University. And that's about me, my journey. As Swati ma'am or Swati ji already mentioned, that we are first generation edupreneurs. So we also did start about the schooling, got into school, the school industry is what I'll say, seeing the scenario of how schools were and how, you know, the complete pattern and the kind of infra and stuff that was being given to students, where we do so much for our homes or for the betterment, but school was something that really lagged behind. That's how we came up with the WITI group of institutions. Talking of NEP, as everyone has already mentioned, it has been long due. Yes, but glad that it's finally here. It was always on the platter, but never served. Now it's being served. We are all waiting to really gobble it up as soon and in the best way possible. And I hope it's done soon enough now, especially that we are in a pandemic. Don't know when this will open. What I'm really, really happy about is finally we talk so much about babies, child care, taking care of children. But one sector that was always neglected in the school education has always been the pre-primary section, or the ECC Ed section.
Yeah, the early childhood section.
My heart goes out all there. And I'm glad that this has finally been included in the education sector and now under the umbrella of school education.
Absolutely. So what I gather from you, Dr. Raina, at the onset is that you rightly pointed out towards early childhood and how that has been given its due in this current document. So that is such a great thing that we have people, the panelists from different areas. So someone is able to appreciate the technology part of it, someone the early childhood part, someone that it's a very nuanced document. And so the more we read, the more we gather from it. And then since we've gotten it, let's dive deep quickly into it. And I move to Anjali ma'am again. And my question to you, Anjali ma'am, is that as we are constantly worried about the pandemic situation, what do you think with the help of this NEP at the moment, what are the main challenges and what are the main, I would say, the achievements or the plus points that we see at the moment in implementation of NEP? Because the pandemic, we don't know for how long are we going to be witnessing the aftermath of this pandemic, especially on the school education, for how long we will have to have the classes the way we are having them, for how long we will have to have all the assessments being done online, the virtual classrooms being the reality. So what do you think, how do you relate this NEP document to the current pandemic situation?
I think, Swati, it's come at the perfect timings.
Exactly.
Perfect timings. I'm not saying NEP, I'm saying COVID has come at perfect timing.
Okay.
for,
oh my God. Yeah.
for one reason, that it has taught us a lot of lessons.
Yes, I agree to that
taught
completely.
us amazing amount of lessons, be it education or be it any corporate sector or be it any kind of job. It has taught us to be a little humane. It has taught us to go a little slow to go fast.
Yes.
To be resilient, to kind of understand, to take a breath and find out what's going on. We were literally caught in a rat race, all of us, and parents on their side, children on their side. So thanks to COVID, that's the thank you part of it, of course, not otherwise.
Okay.
But NEP has also come at the same time, So it's like when they say when God comes with troubles and it comes through one door, it opens 3 windows for you. So when there is a problem, there is always many solutions that come with it. True. As a blessing. So coming to what has NEP done? I mean, what is going to do? It's not yet done. I would say the first thing COVID or pandemic has taught all of us in education particularly is the use of technology. Oh my God, it has taken leaps and bounds of time. We would have learned, we would have possibly come to this stage in our country, I'm talking, and not elsewhere. We would have come to this where we are right now in disseminating knowledge through technology. Would have taken at least 50 years minimum to reach where we the schools are doing right now. The online education, every teacher has got trained within the last 3 to 4 months. They got trained, which teacher who didn't dare to touch a computer earlier didn't want to do a technology because there was reluctance, and it's thrust upon all of us.
So teachers have risen to the occasion, right?
Absolutely, they've risen to the occasion. I guess when you're pushed to the wall, I guess you better do it.
There was no option left. Yes.
You either sail or you sink, and everybody chose to sail.
Yes.
So as a teacher trainer, I'm a teacher trainer. I'm mentoring them onto this. Let me tell you myself as well. Being a trainer, I am not very familiar with technology either. But of course, I love the creativity and innovations and fiddling around with things. And I used that technique to teach teachers, or using technology to teach a lesson. I mean,
right.
I want to pat myself into what did I do?
Great. So it is such a brilliant thing to have people like you,
absolutely.
Who are talking about technology, and
because we learn technology the hard way.
Yes.
Today's children are 21st century children. Now it's just a word, it's not a figure. 21st century. These children are millennials. Remember,
they are.
Millennials are the ones who are born 2000 and later.
Yeah.
To them, this technology is second habit. Okay, it's like brushing their teeth. It's technology.
Oh, yes.
For us, it's a huge market. Okay, you people are much younger. For me, it's like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? So if I could learn and then teach it and then teach through that, I think it was a brilliant thing that has happened during this time. Right. So one of the best things that has happened is technology has come and overtaken everything. I still remember when I would go on my rounds to tell the teachers to use those. We used to boast in schools, just a year ago.
We have computer.
We got digital technology to the hilt in our schools. And what do we have? We got digital boards, you see. Imagine that one stupid looking digital board would mean a world for all of us, and we would advertise it saying this school has digital boards and stuff like that. What is that now in comparison? If you try
absolutely
to, that is a piece of white area over there. That's it. It used to broadcast lessons, let me tell you. It used to broadcast lessons. It used to, of course, put, those animated stuff, which abstract concept would get more animated. Very good.
Right.
It was interactive to an extent. How many of the teachers would use the interactiveness is a thing to be, is a doubtful thing. So we would use it to tell the children how good it is. Oh, beautiful. Look at the picture. 90% of the times, let me tell you, when we would tell the teacher, use the digital board to supplement your lessons, the teacher and the kids would watch the film together.
Right. So
I'm not exaggerating. It's a fact.
it's your experience. Exactly.
Absolutely. So from there, you take a teacher, say, no, create your PowerPoints, you go to the web, you have thousands of sites now.
Absolutely.
Put it together, go on to Zoom, go on to Google Meets, go on to screen
Right.
share, God knows what terminologies we have come across, and then present your lesson and look at it now. So this, and now
Thank you
NEP
so
coming
much.
at that time, blending the whole thing together, according to me. So NEP has come at the right time. It's a perfect time for
Exactly. So
everything.
NEP has come at the right time, and technology adoption that we wouldn't have done so quickly had it not been for this pandemic. So we know all the problems that we have come across because of COVID-19. But when we talk about school education, yes, we can see a silver lining there, which we've gotten, that the technology adoption which NEP wants, it would not have been so easy, so quick, almost overnight. It has happened only because of the pandemic situation. So if we look at the positive side, I'm sure that we can say that technology adoption has been assimilated into school education very quickly because of this. Thank you so much. And I move on to Deepa ji now, Ms. Deepa Bhushan. And my next question is directed to you, where I wish to know, Deepa, since you've been into assessment and you've crossed the whole gamut of roles when it comes to education. So what do you think how NEP can rather bridge the gap, the socio-economic gap that we've always witnessed in education in our country? So the linguistic gap and the socio-economic gap, what do you think that how can we bridge it using this document which we are talking about today, that is National Education Policy?
So, Swati, one of the things I think that has happened with this document coming in is that we have accepted the fact that as a country, the context is different. So whether it is the economic context, so you have your villages, and within the villages also you have tier A, tier B, tier C, you have the cities, and you have the metros. So we've accepted that the levels of education are different. The access is different. So if you'll see, the NEP does not talk about equality. It talks about equity.
Equity, yes, it talks about equity.
That's where the difference comes in. So I'd say the document accepts the fact that, there is this gap and there is difference in access. But how can we ensure that we're able to reach out to every level? Even the cultural context, our country is so wide, and there's a difference. And normally the cultural context for learning is extremely important, because you start off. Now, if you're teaching to bring in standardization in a country which has so many layers is not always going to be possible.
Absolutely.
Right now, like we're talking about the pandemic, some children have actually had those recorded sessions on mobile phones, because we know the mobile phones have reached across our country. Those who can afford laptops are having laptops there. So we are seeing that based on access, programs are being created. Where there is TV, they're getting to see TV shows.
Yes, yes.
Educational content has gone on to TV. So I'd say the foundational pillars of NEP really, and are the strongest base that has been created. So if you look at the 5 foundational pillars, which is access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Now, if you look at all these 5 and we take them across our socio-economic gaps, nation, everything, they actually take into account all these. Now, the challenge will come in the implementation, where we have to ensure that every bit is looked at. So you have these pillars, they need to be applied in every area, and then programs need to be created, structures need to be created. And that's how we'll be able to actually manage this space. So,
I get what you're saying, that the philosophy is in place, we have the background which is ready, but then on stage, how do we execute it? That is something which is a very challenging thing, especially at different areas. Like, for example, I've met people in some areas where kids do not have access to any kind of mobile phones also. So for them, this whole year seems like it's going to be a waste. Whereas there are kids who have gotten access to mobile phones, and so at least they are getting to study on those. Then there are those who have laptops, or those who can sit and easily read in the comfort of their homes. So yes, we have these different stages, the different layers, and so our cultural context in which we are living at the moment, we need execution at different levels, which will take time.
And here, Swati, if I can add one more point,
please.
So in fact, I've been reading on this, even in the villages where there has been no access, there have been teachers who have actually, you know, that Gopu, I don't know what you call it, you know, teachers have actually gone, because social distancing needed to be maintained, on those cycle rickshaws with those Gopus, and have announced, and children have sat far off and they have learned. So really, if anyone wants to learn and wants to have an education, and someone wants to give education, there is always a way out. So even at that space, if technology has not been available, there's always been a way. Some village, I think in Karnataka, where, you know, because social distancing had to be maintained, outside the houses, they had, blackboards, just black paint. Chalks were given to children, and so the children sat far off, and the teacher had this mic with that speaker in hand, and is walking across and is teaching the children.
Oh wow,
so at this point of time, so this just shows that
is so heartwarming.
Yes. So if someone wants to teach, and if someone wants to learn, there's always a way out. And I think our NEP is supporting that, but we need to ensure that based on access equity, we are able to bring in the quality and the accountability. I think
thank you. I get what you're saying, and thank you so much for enlightening us on that part. And I move on to our next panelist, Dr. Niyati Chitkara, asking her the next question. Niyati, I would request you to please throw some light on the vocational skilling part, and also would you be able to tell us a little bit about how do we link vocational skilling and the sustainable education part in school education? How do you think that schools will tie in the sustainable education part, which I think has been missing from our schools till now, from our education policy till now? So how do you think that sustainable education, or talking about sustainability on such a wide level now, it has come up very hugely on different platforms across the globe, where we see a lot of young people, young school-going children going on strikes and trying to talk about sustainable development before formal education. So I would request Dr. Niyati to please throw some light on that.
All right. I think the best thing that the document offers is there is a scope of, first of all, flexibility in assessment. Now, flexibility in assessment is a great relief specifically for people who are engaged in vocations, in skill-based programs. They are undergoing any kind of, family business, employability, different kind of, backgrounds, dealing with different kind. We have a lot of dropout rate. So that is where this flexibility in examination and assessment is really going to add to vocational education. That's what I feel. And will also reduce the dropout rate. Secondly, what I feel is that, the restructuring of the entire school education format, where it talks about 5+3+3+4.
Yes.
Now, this 5+3+3 is extremely innovative in our schools. We try our best to do whatever. And suddenly this 4 part, which is 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, suddenly becomes exam oriented. And it is so much of pressure, so much of output expected from the student. You have to study 24/7. So that is where, we curb the elements of vocational education, and we put the child extremely on a competitive format.
Yes.
So now if we are talking about 5+3+3+4, and we are adding a hybrid model where we are trying to come up with co-curricular skills, which are equally important than academics. Now, this is where vocational education will again get boosted. There is a scope of internship. The document says, internships will start from 6th onwards. The document talks about industrial visits. The document talks about educational visits. It talks about alumni management. It talks about a synergy between school education, higher education, which means that we have to be vocational conscious. We have to be employability conscious as schools. And also it talks about providing extreme, career structured format to the students. Now, this is where vocational education will help. And definitely, when it comes to sustainability and scalability of the format, I think mobile teaching, learning, and assessment is a great tool to do that. That's like low cost tool, a ready hand tool with everyone. And during COVID times, we've all seen that is the only option that we all had. So that is where I feel that this tool can be used to make the model sustainable and make the vocational model scalable. That's what
Thank you, Dr. Nethi. What you said makes absolute sense, and I realized that these are some of the biggest changes. These are not even only I would say cosmetic changes, but these are inherent changes which will make our education more vocational skill centric. Thank you so much. And I move on to Sudhir again. Sudhir, section 17 of NEP, it stresses on knowledge economy. So it talks about creating a pool of talented and skillful youth who aspire to boost the economy and build the nation. And since you talked about technology, I would like to ask you that what kind of technological paradigm shifts and digital empowerment do you see that we can bring in through NEP 2020? Are you there, Sudhir?
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot that mute button again. All right, so I'm glad that I'm asked this question. And I think that question is very relevant to the previous question that you asked Dr. Nethi also.
Yeah.
The point here is that when we are talking about vocational education, or we are talking about experiential learning, or we are talking about careers and technology being integrated, I think what's needed here is when we as school leaders go on to implement, NEP as a document or philosophy, right from class 6 onwards, it's very important that we try and identify where are the interest areas of a child and how do we nurture that. Now, if you look at the careers around, whether we are talking about IT industry or we're talking about design, social media, marketing. So the marketing that as a career 10 years ago and marketing as a career today, or marketing maybe 10 years down the line, I think that's going to be a different world. 10 years ago, nobody was talking about data sciences. Nobody was talking about artificial intelligences. But today, I think 90% of our industries are working on that. So these are the elements which I believe need to make inroads into our, day-to-day education system. Gone are the days when we were supposed to just have our expertise on Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. I think a large number of our fraternity even is struggling with that. And that is where I think the big challenge lies. Can I go on and teach my 6 to 12 standard children designing and graphic skills? Can I go on to actually make them manage a Google search engine or manage a big data or Facebook ad platforms? And these are the kind of careers that we probably need to place them towards. Now, that is exactly with which, NEP gives you an opportunity that you bring in the industry experts inside the classroom, make it a cohesive, unit. School is no longer required to become a four-wall stuff there with about 100 teachers or 50 teachers who have certain subjects expertise. Let's understand that life goes on. We need to acquire new skills as the time passes. And for that, you need to have those outsiders coming into the picture who are living life in the real world, who are actually, facing the challenges of the day-to-day world. And then that needs to bring in. So something that we were probably doing at an MBA college level now needs to come in this. And we as educators need to figure out as to what exactly is the best way that we still make it relevant to the students and age appropriate. So I believe that's where this balance is required.
Exactly. Like in technology, we say that we are preparing students for those jobs which have not been invented yet.
Absolutely.
So
look
that
at
is what we are doing
today. Junior doing to us now. You're talking about a 6-year-old doing coding. I mean, imagine where are we heading?
Absolutely. So we are talking about coding, we are talking about content creation, and then the way they learn, the way their mind works, our content through which the drab books from which we learned, we cannot even hold their attention through those books anymore. The things are changing, the jobs are changing, the career consciousness is changing. We don't talk about one career, one life anymore. So now we have a complete portfolio of careers that our students will be having in one lifetime. And I think that NEP will give us a more flexible approach towards that, and we would be able to feel more flexible in preparing our children for the future. Thank you, Sudhir, for sharing all these insights with us. And over to Dr. Raina. And Raina, I would ask, would want to know, since you talked about early childhood, I'm sure that you're very close to how parents look at it. So what do you think, how parents and students would react or relate to this new document called National Education Policy? Though I'm sure that you all wouldn't have gotten a lot of opportunity to talk to parents or students about it yet, more so not with parents, but still, according to your experience, what do you think that how would parents and students react to these changes which NEP has brought upon school education?
So I think students are completely unnerved by what is happening. They're so much into their online class at the moment, trying to, you know, still accept this as the new normal. Yes. But parents, because so much of NEP and all these sessions happening all on NEP, parents are definitely somewhat aware of what's happening, but not completely clear on what the policy is about. So one thing is for sure, they're really very happy that now the choice of subjects, so I can take an arts and a commerce, or a commerce and a science, the combination of subjects is definitely going to be there. What is important here also is to see how much of it your particular state is going to implement and accept. Because as said earlier, it is a national policy. It's just a policy on paper. Right. So once implemented, each state would still have differences in how much is and what is going to be implemented and what they are going to be taking and not taking. So that still remains to be seen. So with this also, I don't know how much a state school is really going to change, because the state school is definitely going to be doing what the state asks it to do. But the freedom does lie with, you know, private schools, where they have the freedom to pick and choose what they want. So one thing is for sure, where parents are happy that, you know, so many subjects to select from, which earlier you were bound in a nutshell that you have to be doing just this. Secondly, what is making parents happy, for those who know at least, is that all multidisciplinary institutions will now be included. So including prestigious institutions like even IIT and all, they will have to include humanities as a part of their subject, which is so important. So earlier you had, you could select from the few colleges that were probably on your priority. Absolutely. Now you've got a wider range. So that definitely is going to make parents happy. Children are going to be happy with the vocational course, because there's not a lot of, you know, pado from the books or whatever. They've got more of their screen time, of course, though it's for studies. But at the same time, you know, children love doing things. So whether it's a small child or an older child, the more you do, the more I learn. Absolutely. So that is real, I believe, is something that is really going to be beneficial for children, because they are going to be learning everything with hands-on, and the NEP does speak a lot about experiential learning. Right, so that is really.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raina. Thank you so much. And I gather from all this, the esteemed panel and the educationists whom I got a chance to listen to today. And I thank ASMA for bringing all the listeners this knowledgeable session through which we could get a hold of what NEP stands for. And I think that the global aspect of NEP is going to be a big game changer for all of us, because now even foreign universities, we can have a collaboration in marks or in grades, where we can do 1 year there and then we can study here, and we can even have some exchange of credits between foreign universities and our country. So that is such a big, great game changer for all of us here. So I'm sure that through NEP, we get more flexibility into our education system. We get more technology assimilation into our education system. But as Deepa ji very wisely pointed out, that what is important is that the execution is going to be a very big challenge across different demographies of our country. So this is just a beginning, and I'm sure that the way the entrepreneurial spirit of our country is unraveling itself, I'm sure that schools would be able to have the same spirit infused into them, and we can have more school innovators coming in near future, and not in the form of business, but in the form of problem solvers. We will have more problem solvers come out of our schools in coming few years. I think that would be a great success of NEP 2020 if we are able to get the philosophy behind NEP, and if our schools are able to move a little more flexibly. I think we will have a better face of school education in coming few years. Thank you so much to all of you present here. Thank you for giving your time, and on behalf of ASMA, on behalf of the School Leadership Conclave, I thank all of you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Swati Lodha. It was, in fact, one of the great moderation I have witnessed in past couple of sessions, and handling such an august panel with such a rich experience. So in सबको मिला के मतलब एक 100 years, 150 years का experience तो सबको ही होगा.
बिल्कुल हो गया, बिल्कुल. अब हम हमारी अलग-अलग age पता करने की कोशिश ना करें, but 150 तो आराम से होगा.
That is not my intention at all. I'm just trying to balance.
We are all evolved people. We will be very glad to share our ages also. That's not a problem at all.
Yes. And we are being a man, we are left with very few, experimentation mode. Either we can have glasses, we can have codes, and we may not compete, Dr. Nayati ma'am. So totally impressive. Your background, your vision, and the way Dr. Swati actually complimented you, ma'am. Swati ma'am, you are also looking very pretty and very gracious.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for making our day. Really, we had a wonderful time.
You actually brought a lot of energy, Niyati.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm glad to see that kind of energy. These days, we don't see it that often. We all are sitting at home, so feeling that kind of energy is not that easy.
Let the makeup be not scared of the virus.
No, I was more happy with the Chitkara backdrop. Okay, so I take the compliment back from you and put it on Chitkara.
Okay, I'll pass it on to it. I'd rather be very happy.
Of course, because it gives such a nice backdrop, and it looks so nice, and it gives a message clearly. So overall, it was I felt energized by it. I felt like going out of my house suddenly.
Same here, ma'am. In fact, all the audience here, we can see we have more than 1,200 registrations coming over here. We can still see 180 people live sitting with us. The live streaming is happening in the FB channel of ASMA. So thousands of people are actually visualizing over here, and wonderful deliberation. The right tone which was been set by our keynote speaker, and the kind of discussion which happened today. Anjali ma'am and Deepa ma'am, Dr. Rihanna, Mr. Sudhir, Niyati ma'am, and Swati ma'am. Thank you so much for being a part of this deliberation.
Thank you so much.
Chandan, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chandan, for having all of us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandan.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Can we leave?
Do we leave?
Yes, ma'am. We may.
Thank
If
you,
time allows,
everybody.
if time allows, you can switch off your video and you can still be a part of this discussion.
Okay.
Thanks. So moving ahead with this now, I would like to invite Mr. Swapnil Jam. He is the CEO of Urai Robotics, and he is a tech enthusiast with more than 17 years of expertise in the area of product development, project management, seed investment, entrepreneurship, and leadership roles. He focuses on evangelizing digital transformation with the power of AI, ML, and robotics to technology-driven business models in the sectors of education, automobile, healthcare, and many more. So let us hear more from him to understand how Orion Robotics can help transform our business models. Swapnil Jain, over to you.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank for such a wonderful intro. I would just need a quick access to my presentation share. Thank you. I think I've got that. Just let me know if it is visible.
Yes. We need to have a full screen mode.
Is it a full screen mode visible now?
Yes.
Chandan, you can see the full screen?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. So very good evening, everyone. I think it's a wonderful session. I just happened to listen to the complete session of the last speakers, and thanks a lot for inviting me. And it's important to know that the innovation is one of the key factors and the pointers which is coming up into the central focal point for the discussion, right? So I personally feel the innovation is something which allows you to do things differently. I mean, that's one thing which is very, very important, what we have all seen and experiment on a daily basis, right? You pick up any particular area, you pick up any particular field. I mean, there are ways you can actually do the things differently, and that brings out the productivity, that brings out the performance, that brings out the amplification to the activities what you're doing. So I call it as a performance amplification, which is a mantra for my life and my work. So taking to the education specific, we have seen various advancement, and we have heard various discussions on the digital and the innovation which is taking up in the space of digital learning, probably in the e-learning and all that areas. I myself is really passionate about sales and marketing, and I've spent a lot of years still learning the sales and marketing piece of it. So I picked up technology, sales and marketing, and have started researching and delivering the results from AI-driven sales and marketing, which can help boost the sales, marketing, admissions for the various verticals. So moving forward from here, in this conclave, like we know when we talk about the students, I'm talking about the students and the parents both when we talk about the school side of it, right? So there are three major sections or the stages where we encounter the students as a pre-academia, where mostly the advertisements, marketing, all that people come and start or do the first interaction with the brand or with the school, right? During academia, as someone who is already working with you and they're studying with you, they need access to all the various functionalities and support from these schools. And the post-academia becomes the alumni. And that's a huge potential when you goes to alumni, because majority of these schools and all also have an higher education side of it. So it becomes really most important to have a post-academia side of the relationship going on, right? Now, my screen says here, the AI first marketing and student experience. And that's where today I'm going to talk about very specific things which you can actually look forward to implement the AI into your school functions, and how it is going to benefit of it is. And the reason we are talking about it is because AI is enabling schools almost all the areas when it comes to marketing, digital marketing, when it comes to career assistance, when it comes to the student life. They wanted to know about probably a canteen assistant, probably an emergency, probably a campus life. Every aspect of the schools can be AI enabled, and that will allow the students or the new age students to have a better conversation and the engagement with these schools. So here we talk about the 5 steps that that will change your perspective of an AI in marketing. I'm sure you have heard about AI in various fields. AI in marketing is something which can be heard about. So 82% of the marketing leaders says improving customer experience or the student experience is the leading factor to the decision to adopt AI. So that's one of the major factors. Second, AI seems the most significant adoption by the marketers working in $500 million to 1 billion companies. where conversational AI for the customer service is the most important thing and is dominating. Conversational AI is ruling the world, and with pandemic, it's becoming an opportunity where you need to be connected with the parents, with the student. Conversational AI, it can change the way you interact with your students. 23% of the marketers currently are using AI-based applications, with an additional 57% planning to use in for the next 2 years. So all the big research firms like Forbes and all are talking about it with the global surveys, what they're doing it. Now the content personalization, because no one wants to read the one ad which fits all. No, it doesn't really work now. It is a content personalization and the predictive intelligence from the customer insights are the two areas where CMOs are prioritizing their spends. That is how they are bringing better ROI to the marketing spends, what's happening around. The personalization, we talked about a personalization, the overall customer journey, and driving next best offers in real-time basis. So gone are the days when student inquires or the parent inquires and we as an institution or these schools reaches out to them in a 1 day or 2 days or 3 days turnaround time. No, it's not that way now. It's a real time. So we have to be available when the parents and the schools are available, right? I'm sure all of the members here, you would want to look into this small survey of the pool, and you yourself will have the answer. Like, what do you think the target market of the school is primary on? We always talk about where are our target audience, right? Are they on mobile? Probably the answer goes yes. WhatsApp, too much. Instagram, or probably all the above. So you can put it into the chat window as well if you have, what do you think from your priority, that which is the platform where our target audience are? And the question why this was very, very important is, today, the usage of the social media and specifically the WhatsApp has become a 2 to 3 hours of a daily affairs minimum. And we are talking about a global numbers. So the social media is where the 15+ age group is spending maximum number of time. So if we see if Facebook and WhatsApp put together takes up almost 6 hours of a time, where does our ads, where does our approach, where does our marketing should lead to? So what defines a successful omni-channel experience is something what I'm going to discover here, right? So I'm sure many of you might have heard, and this is very important for the principals and the owners, those who are present today in this school summit. We spend huge amount of money in terms of promotion, branding, and all of that. Now, we all do actually a multi-channel marketing where all the channels are available to the customer but are not integrated. If we shift from a multi-channel approach to an omni-channel approach, where the student and the parents become a central focal point. So all channels available to the customers and they are all connected. That's how a difference comes into the multi-channel and the omni-channel part of it. We are going to discuss this in meanwhile. So I'm sure now with this, everyone would have talked about, hey, chatbots. Yes, is it helping? Yes, definitely. It's a chatbot to drive student engagement in the education institutions. Yes, they are the future. Everyone is talking about it. What is that they can do for you when your teams are not available, when your teams are virtual today, when your schools are not operating? They can help in the pre-admission information, application support, marketing integrations, campus support, and multiple other things which the bots can be done. But is bot enough? So there is a time, there is a moment where we need to go beyond chatbots. So there is a world which is changing, where the students are moving, where the parents are moving, where we all are 24/7 available. It is on WhatsApp. And the WhatsApp numbers are like 2 billion plus active users across, and this is insane. This kind of an app usage is no app in the world which is used for the conversation. So in case if this becomes The WhatsApp plus chatbot plus AI becomes as a platform. That's where the modern conversational AI and the engagement platforms takes place. And we as an ORAI has actually researched and developed this entire platform where you have a conversational AI, voice assistant, because you know that how our kids are interacting with Alexa, with Google Assistant, and they try to get the information from there, messenger apps and predictive intelligence. So once you have this implemented, reimagine what omni-channel strategy can be. So where you have WhatsApp as a central focal point, connected, all the other platforms connected, and bringing your traffic, your conversations to the WhatsApp, and WhatsApp is delivering that conversation automatically. I mean, you're gonna have a very different level of an engagement with it. Multiple institutions, universities, and education institutions across the globe have started using it. Few of the examples I've taken up from the Indian customer set. But this is very important, which I wanted you to please see on my right-hand side. There's an institution, a user just said hi. And now the entire set of a conversation which you are seeing is an AI virtual assistant doing it onto the user's WhatsApp. So it helps you book the appointment, it helps you book the inquiry, it helps answer the queries in the pre-academia, during academia, post-academia, and across the globe. I mean, the language what you're looking at right now is English. This is possible to have in any language possible, any language across the globe. So we have 100+ languages incorporated in this. So a person who was looking for the information, now this information has become real time. They don't have to wait for the counselor. They don't have to wait for the tele team to come and address their queries. These all queries can be addressed on the runtime basis. That's where the entire advancement in the AI is and the innovation is happening up. So understanding the needs of the future school, this is what the advancement done by ORAI to help the academia or the education institutions to take the way forward. Now, what's more important? This is something which I can guarantee that not many of you might have heard about. The one which you have seen is a WhatsApp automation. The next is the drip campaign on WhatsApp automation. So the person who have interacted with you on the WhatsApp, we can set up a drip campaign there that automatically after 2 days, please send them the follow-up. Please send them where they have stuck in the application filling up. Please send automated mail once there is a sports day coming up. Please send automated information to the parents when there is a fee due or the payment due coming up. So everything is automated, and the channel for that is WhatsApp. I'm sure many of you might have experienced already with Make My Trip and all in the past that once you book the tickets, you were able to get the tickets right there on your WhatsApp. This is just a step ahead with that, where you can also do a conversation in the backend. And that's where the three-way automation was one of it, where you may have a question that in case if I'm doing automation, and what in case if the bot is not able to answer that, can I take the conversation? Yes, you can take this conversation. So believe me, this is a third category or the third option of the WhatsApp. This is WhatsApp verified WhatsApp business API account. This API does not get installed to your phones. It is an application which gets installed to your CRMs, to your bot platforms, to all of that. So once that is implemented, majority of these schools can go automated conversation with the students and parents. So that's all what I wanted to help everyone to know, that how the world is changing around in the AI space with marketing. I mean, marketing with AI. And here's the offer. I would, with the help of the ASMA, what we have done is we will be taking up 5 selected institutions to have a 45 days of a complete subscription and the implementation free of cost for them. So any institutions and schools, those who are interested, there is a QR code. Please scan that QR code or send the request to ASMA or us. We will be evaluating and shortlisting the institutions, and the top 5 institutions or the selected institutions will be given a complete 45 days of a trial. So thanks for that. Thanks, Chandan. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Sapna. In fact, thank you so much for letting us understand how school can be a futuristic school. And definitely, chatbots are not the only mode, because we can see chatbot, it's something beyond it. So conversational AI, chatbots, and the use of WhatsApp, the optimal use of WhatsApp, and so that none of your single query get wasted and it comes to your mobile, and it could be easily converted into an admission and other prospects. So that is a great way of and you have through all this presentation, it was very interactive. In a very easy way you made us understand. And at last, I would again appeal to all the viewers and listeners over here who are live with us. This is an amazing opportunity and a very nice offer made by Orai, that they are selecting 5 good educational institutions for a 45 days free trial. So let us get the benefit of it, and let us spread and let us connect again to be one of the futuristic schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chandan. Thanks for your time.
So without wasting much time now again, I would like to introduce our next esteemed panelist and a very nice discussion which is going to happen over here, which is on how technology and innovation are transforming India's school education. So the eminent speakers for this panel is Dr. Chandrakanta Pathak. She is the principal and CEO, HBB Global Academy, Mumbai. She will be moderating the session. I welcome you, Dr. Chandrakanta, into this session. With her, we have Mr. Ashish Agarwal. He is the principal of Billabong High International School from Bhopal. Mr. Kiranpal Singh Chawla, he is the chairman of Career Point World School from Bilaspur. Ms. Nirmal Vardhan, she is the principal, the Kalyani School. Ms. Anita Sharma, she is the principal of CP Goenka International School in association with Brilliance. And Dr. Sharda Chandrasekharan, she is the academic director of Whitefield Global School, Bangalore. Just to inform again, we have an information from Ms. Nirmal Vardhan and Dr. Sharda. They might be facing some technical issue, maybe joining sometime, but we can again move ahead with the rest of the 4 panelists. This panel is getting moderated by Dr. Chandrakanta. We have Ashish, Mr. Kiranpal, and Ms. Anita over here. Over to you, Chandrakanta. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, pretty audible, ma'am.
So, good evening, everyone. Especially, I'm thankful to ASMA. When I was going through the full form of ASMA, it's very, very fascinating. Adoption of social media in academia, which is the need of the hour. So thank you, Mr. Rahul Jain and Mr. Chandan, for organizing this kind of leadership conclave, especially for people like us educationists. I'm quite happy that I will be dealing and interacting with such an elite panel. You have already introduced my panelists, and we all know that in today's world, especially in this new normal, social media is playing a wonderful role for us to meet the requirement. COVID-19 pandemic has compelled all societies across the world to rethink and revise its way of living as well as working. There is no aspect of professional or personal life that has not been impacted in one way or another. Education is perhaps the area where the impact of COVID-19 induced lockdown is felt most keenly, as it restricts the opportunities for growth and development of our young children, and especially in their formative years. We have been compelled to adopt digital routes in a very short time frame to limit the damage that would be done by complete lack of education. It reminds me that on 13th of March, how suddenly we got the information that there will be lockdown, and we all were wondering how to meet these challenges. But thanks to online and digital platforms, before I go to my panelists, I just wish to share some of my findings to set the stage. there are certain statistics which I have collected, and I wish to throw these things to my panelists. One is the digital divide in urban and rural areas. According to the 17-18 National Sample Survey Report of Education, only 24% of Indian households have an internet connection, while 66% of India's population lives in rural areas. Only a little over 15% of rural households have access to internet. In urban areas, on the other hand, 42% have internet, and only 8% members aged between 5 and 24 have both computer as well as internet connection. When I go to the second point, digital device across states, it's very, very good to know that the digital divide is evident across states also. The proportion of households with access to a computer varies from 4.6% in Bihar, 23.5% in Kerala, and only 35% in Delhi. In states like Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, and are more than 40%. The proportion of households with internet access is less than 20% in states like Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Assam, Bihar, and so many other states. When I go to the digital divide across gender, I repeat, digital divide across gender. Surprisingly, there is also a stark digital divide in relation to the gender. According to the Internet and Mobile Association of India, it reports in 2019, while 67% men had access to the internet, the figure was only 33% for women. And in rural areas, the figure are 72% for men and in 28% for women. And last point, which I wish to share, quality of internet connectivity, because for any digital platform, that is the must. So the above statistics do not account for quality internet connectivity at all. Now, these stark disparities demonstrate that the diffusion of digital technology in India has been haphazard and exclusionary. It's not inclusive at all. Now, looking at all this, we people are going to decide today, or discuss rather than, how the digital divide could be bridged. So the topic for our discussion today is how we people can bridge that gap. Giving this preliminary introduction, I wish to welcome all my panelists, and my first question, I ask Mr. Ashish Agarwal, and then others can also share their views accordingly. My first question to Mr. Ashish Agarwal is, how can educational institutions work to bridge the technology and socio-economic gap in the new normal? Mr. Agarwal, please.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Chandrakanta. I have a very simple submission: change the approach. The definition of illiteracy has changed. Now it is digital literacy versus digital illiteracy. A paradigm shift is needed from textbook learning to PBL methodology, project-based learning, wherein the approach is multidisciplinary, leading to survival skills necessary to sustain oneself in the near future. Let the schools and the various educational institutes only be a facilitator. Let the school identify a socially relevant problem and leave the children to work in their own ecosystem and come up with solutions which will need research, observation, critical thinking, compilation of data, analysis, and the inference will be the suggested solution. Imagine the same social problem but answered by children from different socio-economical backgrounds. It will surely open a plethora of thought-provoking answers to the problem and in turn impact tremendous learning. Such projects also enable the children to learn at their own pace. All the so-called 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, adaptability, leadership, teamwork, collaboration, all will be covered by this approach. I go on record, research has proved children who start behind, stay behind. Hence, to mitigate the early skill gaps and reduce the impact of economic inequalities, I strongly suggest that educational institutions must invest more in the early stages of learning. In fact, I would like to quote Aristotle, the Greek philosopher. He said, "Give me a child until he's 7, and I'll show you the map." So as per the new school education system of 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 outlined in the NEP 2020, children will be spending 5 years in the foundational stage. And that's good enough time for the educational institutes to actually work on the desired skills of children. And in addition to this, definitely teachers training program should be taken up on a war footing. This is what I feel would help us to mitigate the socio-economic divide that is prevalent in a country as vast as India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. I completely agree with you that decades research have shown and that education, the loss of education, especially in primary school years, can have irreversible and lifelong negative effect on children, that especially they can be away from a very quality life later in the adulthood. I appreciate, and I request my next panelist also to just add their opinion on the same question. I request Mr. Kiranpal Singh Chawla to have his views.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chandrakanta. Well said, Mr. Ali. You shared your opinions, and very rightly you said, as what Aristotle said, give me a child of 7 and I'll show you the what kind of a man he can be. To my opinion, when it comes to bridging the gap between the digital divide that we see, is that the schools, certainly the educational institutes, have a larger role to play over there, which currently in a lot of places, the governments have a major stake, and major policy making has been happening by the government bodies, and that is where the meeting is happening. Particularly the scary figures that you read about the digital divide and how inaccessible the internet facilities or the digital or the technological facilities are there to the children in the poor rural area, in the remote rural areas and the poor urban areas. It really is a challenge. So what schools can do is that schools can certainly set up holistic infrastructures, and community centers, community technological centers can be created in the particularly the village and the remote areas. And if at all government comes up with some kind of PPP model or some kind of private model, because at this moment everybody was caught purely unwarranted. The teachers were not prepared about what's going to happen. The government doesn't has a priority right now on education. Even the educational institutes are fighting for their own survival. So there is absolutely a chaotic situation right now. To the answer, of course, every school is having some kind of a makeshift arrangement. that okay, with this they are toying up with various technological aspects of teaching. Various new things are coming up, but nobody is absolutely sure about it. But one thing is certainly sure is that the world is never going to be normal again. And in the new neo-normal situation, we need to go for the hybrid models of education, wherein we need to have the technological aspects at one side, and also train our teachers to be equipped with their technology to deliver it to the students. So when I speak largely about it, that what educational institutes can do is certainly, as soon as a little more normal, and as soon as right now the challenge that we have in hand is of the COVID thing. So as soon as we get some relief, some some benefit, some solution to this problem, then certainly we all will be focusing on that, how technological long-term planning can be done, because right now it's only makeshift arrangements happening, and the teaching is happening, but we don't know about the learning. In the schools also, we say the teachers are teaching, but whether that learning is happening or not, that is important. So at this moment, it is only the teaching which is happening. It is only the engagement part which is happening, that let the students be engaged, let the parents be engaged, and let us do some kind of hand-holding to these students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla. Learning is taking place or no, so definitely online teaching cannot replace or substitute face-to-face teaching learning, definitely. But yes, there are different tools, and we have to work on how we can assess and evaluate that learning. That is a challenge for which we all have to work. I request, now I have given first chance to both gentlemen. I'm not gender biased. I never said ladies first. So now I will go to my fellow friend, Dr. Sarda Chandrasekharan. May I have your views on it, ma'am? Dr. Sarda Chandrasekharan, are you in a position to hear me?
I don't think she's in has joined, ma'am. So you may please continue.
Okay. I move to Ms. Anita Sharma.
Yeah.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself, Ms. Anita.
We keep on doing this on, off, mute, unmute so many times in a day that we literally forget about are we on or off. So pardon me for the same.
No,
yes, a very good evening to
everyone. Don't worry.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
A very good evening to one and all present here. Thank you, Mr. Chandan, for giving us this opportunity to connect with each other and to really discuss the grassroots level concern that avails in our society, that is present in our society. And I think seldom anybody is taking this opportunity to connect, discuss, and explore onto the ideas which can really help the underprivileged society of our country. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Pathak's view and the kind of research and the findings that she came up with. It is so apt, it is so relevant, and it is so updated that we all as educationists, the very prime and important role for us is to not only explore into the school wherever we are associated, to ensure that children are having a learning outcome and they are going to meet everything that is desired by the future generation. But we also need to contribute to the socio-economic aspect, wherein we know that it's a diverse platform and extreme. So at this point of time, if you say within 15 days of time post the lockdown, my school was back on its toes with anything and everything you say at the tip of the finger, along with the technology support. But I really assume and wonder about what must have happened with the children who are from underprivileged and who never got an opportunity to, actually educate themselves when it was extremely vital and when there was a lot of emotional stress and pressure around the city, around the world.
So I would like to quickly come on to a couple of points which I feel that it's not we as educational institutes, when we look forward to connect and to contribute to ensure that technology and socio-economic is been bridged up with our support. I think government has already initiated a couple of things wherein inclusive education was already brought into terms since a decade and more, wherein we need to give equal opportunity for children to come on a particular platform and study, so that they are not restricted by any kind of an exposure that a privileged group of schools can get. So I think somewhere I would not restrict myself only to the lockdown. In fact, I would like to say that post the lockdown, this particular zest of contributing to the socio-economic background, trying to fill up that gap, we should consistently work towards it even in future. So I feel that inclusive education is something where a school can go beyond, as in a private organization can go beyond, other than the schools, other than the children to whom they are catering to. And we should also be ensuring, as rightly said by Mr. Chawla and Mr. Agarwal, that teacher education model has to be revised, wherein they are made tech savvy, they understand, and they are not at all afraid about technology support, or to use or to explore technology further, so that it can aid them. So this is also the second aspect that I feel we all need to contribute as educational institutions, to ensure that underprivileged schools are also, or underprivileged children are also being taken care along with the urban city children. I also feel that a kind of a train the trainer kind of a thing with the aided schools, or with the schools which do not have complete technology support, wherein a group of teachers from these aided schools who do not have complete support of technology, but a common platform from the school which has been provided for them to make a use, maybe a kind of a training between our excellent teachers of the school along with this group of teachers, wherein they can train them and they can make them aware, because awareness is something that I felt is a lag. Many teachers do have a technology support from this underprivileged background schools, wherein they do not know what are the applications, what are different features, what are different apps, how they can use it, and how they can make it easy. So I think even that kind of an information is something that we as educationists should provide as a platform. We can get in contact with schools nearby, and we can ensure that there is a kind of an exchange program between teachers to teachers, exchange program between mentors to mentors, or even between principals to principals, to ensure that we are hand-holding each other. So that's all I feel as an educational institute we can contribute to ensure that the bridge of technology and socially economic backward schools are there along with us moving forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanita Sharma. Very well said. Do we have Ms. Nirmala Vadan with us?
Oh, ma'am, we don't have. We have only 3 panelists over here, so we can
only
continue.
3. All right. So before I move to my next question, I believe what we all have said, that democratization of education and creating skill development opportunities must be the priority of educational institutes that set the standard for the entire country. And secondly, premier technical institutes such as IITs and NITs, they have excellent facilities, but unfortunately, people are basically catering to the need of the industries only at the moment. So if these facilities could be leveraged to create a network of modern digital infrastructure that would connect the less privileged rural parts of country with the developed urban center, I think that should be done, and that is already being done in other developed countries. Let me move to the next question. My next question is to Mr. Kiran Pal Singh Chawla. What are the innovation and technology trends which can be leveraged to bring education to grassroots.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chandrakanta ma'am. As we were discussing about the digital divide, and now when you have talked about the innovations, right now the whole country was struggling with the digital literacy part of it. That do we are all our people are all our villages digitally literate or not? We are taken aback and we are caught with this situation that now the whole education is happening on digital platforms alone. So first we were talking about the digital literacy part, and now the entire education is coming over here, and now we are talking about innovations as well. So do you understand that from the moving from the basics, we are going to the innovations right now? What I understand is that there are three steps. I want to come to a very realistic situation. I come from a three-tier city, and my school is in the state of Chhattisgarh in Bilaspur. And the kind of socio-economic status that I find over here, it's very difficult for me to talk to you about purely innovations. Right now, the need of the hour is whether basic education, basic digital education is being able to be provided to these students or not. So I would just come to your question with three of my problems first and then to the solution stage. The very first problem is when you shared those scary figures, I would regularly say scary figures, that there are remote rural areas and the poor urban areas. The very first challenge is the technology, access to the technology. When we say about equity and equality, so they do not even have the equity of having access to this technology. We don't have fast internet. We don't have frequent power cuts are there. We do not have those high bandwidth wireless or mobility to provide the basic education first. The second challenge that I find is that it is in the generation gap. Right now, are our parents, like if you and I am also a parent, what is the common question a mother has these days? बच्चे को बहुत ज़्यादा device screen time हो रहा है. The doctors or the psychologists are saying that it is the cut down this students, and here we are talking about entirely digital platforms. So the thing is that the parents are right now confused. There are three stakeholders to the whole education system: the parents, the teachers, and the students. We need to understand first, going towards the innovations first, that are these people ready for any kind of acceptability or not? The parents are confused ki whether my child is on the right track or not. Giving him free access to internet will be beneficial or not. He is not in a position to guide. Earlier with the textbook, there are certain parents who can guide at least children up to class 5th or class 8th. But now they're again having a challenge ki how do I download it, how do I upload it, how do I do various cut and paste in the small mobile devices. That the problem that they have. The teachers are in a state of shock right now that whether they're going to be redundant or not. I mean, they are scared that is technology going to replace us? In my school also, we need to, it's a CBSE affiliated school, but I need to do that confidence building to them that, see, you are always going to be the most important pillar into the education. Worry about that. Then it comes to the students. The students right now are still in that mode of, okay, they find it sometimes it's too boring. It's not engaging to them. They are missing out their school campus and their school grounds. So that is a problem over there. And the third problem then is the overall behavioral system of the whole thing. That when we say like the students, they are not in a position, the teachers, they are not very well equipped. But at the same time, having said all the three problems, we need to, as educators and as curriculum, we need to come up with a solution that how can we again rethink about the curriculum that we are giving. Lot of things have been proposed in the NEP 2020, but furthermore going down, like as you see, CBSE is regularly cutting down on the syllabus part of it. They are doing scaling that, okay, whatever is not necessary, whatever is not going to help them in a long run, just scrap them. So they need to come up with such kind of innovations where the children are really engaged and who are inspired. There are two forces that we normally say. One is a push force and the other is a pull force. So we need to create that pull force amongst the students, that they start to adopt these technologies, and through that we can do. Now, some things which can be very handy is a hybrid model that we are talking about, that everywhere a technological aspect and a human aspect both have to go hand in hand. And nowadays, when it comes to, we were talking about coding, and we were talking about robotics, and we were talking about so many other innovations. So right now, the need of the hour is, to me, I'll firmly again say, innovations will can first, the basic education has to reach to the grassroots level of the country, and that socio-economic, that rich and poor gap has to first be eradicated first, only then some kind of education. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla. I believe there are 2 or 3 concerns. Let me I absolutely join my hands with you that nobody can replace the teachers, because AI or digital thing will have calculation and logarithm, but they will not have emotions. They will not have creativity. They will do whatever will be given command by you.
They cannot replace the right brain.
They cannot do
the
it.
technology.
And to add to this, Mr. Chawla, just as a motivational statement, forbid me for interrupting, but some days back on my social site, yes, 2 years back, I had attended one of the conferences wherein this was a major aspect of discussion. And the discussion was, is technology going to replace teachers? And I was a total no-no for it. I said, come may what, it won't happen. And some days back when everything was explored, I had certain things to speak about. So as a motivational factor, Mr. Chawla, if from my end to the teachers who are there with you, we have that saying, hum hai, technology hamare sang hai. It can't replace teachers, 100%.
And also there are positive screen time which can replace the negative screen time. You know that there are the things in the news that people, the children are playing PUBG for 8 hours, 10 hours. They are watching unnecessarily the cartoon channels and all that. So why this screen time cannot be replaced with a positive and productive screen time? Anyways, I have got the views of my 2 panelists. I request Mr. Agarwal if he wishes to add any point of view from his side on this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrakanta. I will pick it up from the word gender bias. You see, I have always believed that women are the driving force in India. And I would just share an African saying, if you educate a boy, you train a man. But if you educate a girl, you train a village. So for me, adult digital literacy at the rural level, targeting the women folk, should be the starting point. And you can add various incentives to it. Maybe include subsidized digital devices, which will lead to a revolution at the lowest level and help in connecting the last child to the school literacy program. Further, what Mr. Chawla said, when we talk of PPP models, we shouldn't forget the CSR, corporate social responsibility. Big tech giants are mandatorily exercising CSR. The government can link this exercise to the digital literacy program. Imagine 2% of the average profit of a multi-million company going towards the digital literacy program at the grassroots level. What a transformation it will be. In addition, I have my own personal views on this. We may even go to the extent of asking the tech giants or other companies to adopt rural children and chisel them as per company requirements. Maybe just as we have a reserved quota for government jobs. The hiring in private companies may also have a quota for the underprivileged or not so fortunate, handpicked by them right from childhood and groomed as per their needs. And one last point I had in this is that the computer literacy programs through state-funded short-term specialized courses leading to self-employment. I'm not talking of very ambitious things. Maybe a DTP operator, a tally operator, setting up of e-kiosks in the rural sectors. That is something that definitely is going to bring about a transformation, a digital transformation at the rural level where we are actually trying to focus. Thank you.
Thank you. I come to my last question, and out of which some of the part you have already touched upon. My next question is to Ms. Anita first. How can government and corporate institutions work together to bridge the socio-economic gap in the age of digital learning? And also, if you can give with us your solution to these challenges along with concluding remark. And if all of you can finish it maximum a minute, because by 5:15 we have to bind it up. So I have exactly 3 minutes left out. Ms. Anita first.
Thank you, Dr. Pathak, for this question. So as I interpret it, a collaborative effort of government and corporate institutes to ensure that they are working together to bridge this socio-economic gap. I would like to first put my views onto this. What I feel is that if I have to review the last 10 years data in terms of development of schooling as an educational platform, it has a very drastic change. A change which was revolutionary at that point of time. Teachers from chalk and board shifted to the technology-based teaching in the class with respect to interactive boards and so on. And this all happened not only because the schools initiated, but somewhere I feel that the corporates also invested and vested their funds and their trust into the schooling as an education system, and they always wanted to leverage the performances of the students in comparison to any other country. And I think in past 10 years there is a drastic change, and I somewhere feel that corporates have really done a wonderful job in school education, because as I said, that there was a vest and invest, both. There was a vested interest and there was a investment that they have done. Similarly, I feel that government should also allocate, now knowing that, okay, fine, there is a digital platform which is required. Eventually, it is going to be a mandate force or driven force which is required, which will be required to ensure that education is been provided to every child, so that they can develop to the needs of the future. I think even the government has to revise its own budget. We have come up with beautiful projects of NEP, wherein we are talking about coding, decoding, artificial intelligences, and so on and so forth, wherein we look forward. Now, when NEP has to be implemented, it will not be implemented with the school, which are really good. It has to be implemented with the schools across, irrespective to what socioeconomic background a particular school has. And thus, when we are having some kind of these revised policies, we should also ensure that the budget allocation is also been revised along with it, to ensure that not only that the school is been told to imply certain things, but what is required infrastructure for our children. How will we cater to our children? Are we going to make provisions of tablets, internet? Are we going to ensure that the training is happening rightly? Are we going to train these subjects? Are we going to initiate training this to the teachers, and are we going to revise the teacher training as well? Again, coming to the same point. So I feel a little collaboration between, as Mr. Agarwal just now said, that just a 2% of the billion is been an investment. Now, if you imagine the total income and a little expense, a handful of expense towards the school, if it goes for a revision, I'm sure it can take a lot as a contribution towards the schools which really requires the kind of infrastructure and aid to ensure that it enhances their platform, is what I believe. And of course, there should be a collaboration between the corporates and between the government to make sure that the schools are strengthened with this kind of need that they have. So all the three aspects, when we say the school budget allocation, the students provision as well as the teachers training should be taken care by government and a little infused from the corporates, is according to my opinion. Coming to the second part of your question, Dr. Pathak, my views about how do we address these challenges. I would like to touch upon one of the concerns in the previous question by Mr. Chawla, wherein he said that there is a power cut, there is internet fluctuation, there is a problem that and I can completely understand that as a principal, when he has certain creative model to provide to the children, when he has that kind of a vision to ensure that education is reaching to his children, and when he has these technical glitches, it is really upsetting, So I feel that state government should also ensure that first you understand that what and which are the areas of concerns, understand that we need to develop infrastructure at our place. I came up with one of the study which is about loon balloons in Japan. So what they have is that they have these balloons floated in the air. With the help of that, they can have a very close and undisturbed internet services. Why can't we make some provisions for rural areas where people are really suffering through internet services and power cuts? See, we are into a very privileged society. Trust me, we do not find any kind of such concerns, and we don't know what is the picture and how children, how teachers, how principals and schools are facing problems.
That is why, Ms. Sharma, I gave you the statistics before we started. So let's move to, I'm sorry to cut you in between because I'm getting the signal from the organizer. We have crossed the time.
Okay.
I request Mr. Chawla to just add if something he has to very quickly in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I have a clear-cut message to the government bodies. If anybody listening over there, please stop experimenting with the education and the health departments. You give them to the people like Azim Premji Foundation is doing a great job in teachers training and technological trainings part of it. So I just want one thing from the government is कि आप जो आपके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के पार्ट हैं आप वो करिए, एजुकेशन को एजुकेशनिस्ट के हाथ में रहने दीजिए, तो आपको बेहतर रिजल्ट मिलेंगे बजाय ब्यूरोक्रेट्स के पॉलिसीज बनाने के और बजाय कंफ्यूजन्स क्रिएट करने के मार्केट में. अभी तो हमारे चैलेंजेस ही कुछ और हैं. कमिंग फ्रॉम द चेयरमैन्स ऑफिस, हमारे चैलेंजेस ही अभी सर्वाइवल को लेकर के हैं और हम यहाँ पर अभी डिजिटल युग की डिस्कशंस कर रहे हैं. That's what is my take right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla. Mr. Agarwal, do you wish to add?
I'll just take a few seconds. Honestly speaking, every educational institute worth its name must strive to have learning for life. Else, another Einstein will say, and education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. So basically, it is a matter of synergizing the individual approaches that the schools, different private organizations, government, they all are doing at their own level. And together, they bring about a digital revolution at the rural level. And the only statement that I want to pass on through this platform is the last child should come to school. Else, the school should be made to go to the child. Thank you.
That's what exactly happening earlier. The children were coming to school. Now we are moving to their houses. There is no privacy. They know our kitchen. They know everything. So the long-term socio-economic growth and development of any nation hinges on how it educates and prepares its youth for the challenges of the future. in the midst of digital revolution, because we live in digital age now, a healthy and egalitarian digital infrastructure has become the crucial to the development of the entire nation. The major challenges we face, as I recorded from you people, such as infrastructure, comes from the mind-boggling range of diversity in the communities across India. The social, cultural, educational, technological challenges that communities face are various and unique and require equally unique measure to address them. One solution will not work in a country like India. This situation is unlike the challenges that other major countries face. Therefore, the solution to these challenges must be developed natively. We cannot export it from any other country. So given the vastness of the country, it is not possible for any one body, whether public or private, to effectively address the needs of all communities. What is required is a collaborative effort. That's what everybody is putting emphasis on, from the central government with the support of local authorities, local public and private educational institutions, established corporates, startups, which understand the need of their locality better to ensure a timely and efficient development of digital infrastructure in local communities and diffusion of digital technologies among the local people. That's what we are looking forward for. It was wonderful to listen to all of you. You all are great panelists. Once again, I wish to thank each one of you from the bottom of my heart. I have learned a lot from you people, and Mike is back to you, Mr. Chandan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chandrakanta ma'am. Such a humble submission you have given, and a great moderation done by you. So a praise would definitely go to you. And moderating such an august panel represented by such a renowned institutes of the country, and such an eminent panelist with such a rich experience of education, starting from Mr. Kiranpal Singh ji. Sir, you look very gracious, and the background of your webinar, this space is very impressive. So this shows the dedication and the kind of the love you have for your organization. And Mr. Ashish Agarwal, sir, I remember and how quickly we adopted you, and we didn't miss that opportunity to bring you on board. So you sent me a mail, and I immediately reverted to it and sent it to my team, and here you are in this panel. So thank you so much, sir. It is our privilege, and we are honored to have you on this board. You were a lovely speaker for the day. And Anita Sharma ma'am, thank you so much. You represent one of the finest schools of India. And being a principal, I understand the kind of leadership role you people are playing, and the kind of example you are setting for other teachers to follow. And I'm definitely sure that you have been shouldered by the army, which is in your background, and the way they have fought along with you, with the help of the management, to overcome this very drastic and very difficult phase. And you have changed this movement of disruption into an opportunity that could be very well witnessed by the thoughts which you people just presented in this wonderful deliberation today, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for having doing justice to the discussion which we on the topic which we were discussing today. Thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you.
In fact, thank you so much, Chandanji. Thank you so much, Dr. Chandrakanta. Ashishji, you were brilliant. And thank you so much, Anita ji. It was a pleasure being with you all. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure knowing everybody. Thank you.
So if time allows, you may please switch off your video, because there is some very interesting, industry presentation coming up from Mr. Saurabh Kulkarni, as we were just discussing how collaboration between the industry, academia, government is required. Here is one industry presentation. Hope this will be useful for you. Just a sec, let me introduce Mr. Saurabh Kulkarni. He is the business head of FMA Digital. It's one of the leading and award-winning companies and a digital company which is operating from universities to school. Let us hear from him, from his own mouth, what he has to offer and to deliver to the school community. Saurabh Kulkarni, may I invite you for your deliberation?
Thank you so much, Chandan, and I thank all the panelists for the opportunity. Let me just share my screen when we are getting started. I hope you are able to see the screen.
Yeah. Yes, Saurabh,
Wonderful.
we can see that.
Great, great. So let me just begin. The name of our company is FMA Digital. I hope you are able to see the first screen that I have for you to see.
Yes.
Lot of you might be wondering, why is a chess piece next to a message, right? Which is a marketing message. So this is one of my favorite slides. You will all believe, being the decision makers, being at the forefront of school education, you will agree that branding and admission marketing is not a game of luck, right? It is actually it has to be very, very carefully planned, very well executed, very meticulously. Every move has to be thoughtfully placed. Every rook, every pawn. So that is why I like to relate branding and marketing to the game of chess. Because there is also your competitor who is playing against you all the time. There are forces like these, in motion all the time. And what we realize is that there are these 6 top challenges faced by education in terms of marketing, right? In terms of stagnant enrollments, they are facing the issue in they are receiving insufficient leads. The online reputation itself is fragile because not a lot of schools are taking measures to correct it. The brand positioning is weak, that needs to be worked upon. The brand presence needs to be worked upon. And while the marketing team of schools are working hard towards achieving overcoming these challenges, there is a uncertainty of COVID, that comes up. So you can see, read this cartoon. I'm sure many of you have already seen it, and it's a cartoon that relates to this situation very, very closely. And if we were having this conversation in January or February of this year, and we said that all the schools would be closed, and all of us would be working from home, I think we would all be laughing at that joke, right? The reality is that we are all in our homes, and we are facing this crisis from the past 6 months. A lot of measures have to be taken. A lot of course correction needs to be done. In addition to that, this also brings 3 new challenges in front of everybody, right? All the top stakeholders from schools, the higher education, they are all facing these new problems, so to speak. These are unforeseen circumstances, right? We have not gone through this crisis. These troubled waters we have not sailed through before. The behaviors of parents and millennials have changed. The kids have changed. With that, there is a technology infusion that we are talking about. There is a very, very important component of digital which is playing a significant role. The economy itself is under lockdown, since the past several months, and we all know what is how badly it is impacting everybody, right? So with this new situation in mind, how do we proceed? Then another query, another angle that we have to think of is that the expanse of digital marketing itself, it is very vast. The canvas is vast. There are so many marketing practices. There are new technologies coming in, new marketing platforms that are popping up. And add to that situation of a pandemic, for example. If we were having a lot of for a lot of schools and a lot of universities, TikTok was a very major game changer, right? A lot of them were adopting the TikTok strategy. However, it is suddenly banned, right? What can we do about it? Really, it becomes unpredictable at such times. So for us to dig deeper, and also to cater to our marketing objectives amid the vast canvas of digital marketing, you need the right digital partner, who understands the education space deeply, and who has been there, done that, ran marketing campaigns based on very robust strategies which have worked, which have delivered results. And you also need someone who is agile enough to meet all the needs of your school, for example. And that is where we come in. We are one of the leading digital marketing agencies working exclusively in the education space. We work for 100 plus leading universities, schools, institutions across India for all their content marketing, SEO, website needs. Everything they need to succeed using digital, we do that for them. We are a 7-year-old agency based in headquartered in Pune, with delivery centers in Bangalore, Delhi, and Mumbai. Right? These are some of our esteemed clients, and we have worked with established schools. We have worked with universities, institutions of great repute. We have worked with the education brands who have in-house teams, who don't have in-house teams, who are looking to associate with high-performing agency who can help them meet their objectives. So some names from the schools, are Cambridge English School, which is a very popular ICSE school in Bangalore; Rumta International School, which is the first IB World School in Chhattisgarh; American School from Raipur, first chain of American accredited preschool in India. We have also worked with the early education pioneer of called Learning Time, based in Dubai. So there are many such names we have worked with. Uh, uh, and since the panelists are from the schooling side of it, let me just take you through a case study which I'm sure all of you will be able to relate to. This is for one of our premier customers, Birla Institute of Management and Technology, and this is our 5th year of working with them. When we started working with them about 5 years ago, they were relying heavily on the the traditional marketing channels. They were facing stagnant enrollments, poor quality of student leads, and weak brand positioning. So slowly and steadily, we worked. We refined their marketing strategy. We have worked on the entire student journey at BIMTech. We have a very senior resource deployed at BIMTech who is taking care of all the coordination, licensing, strategy, delivery side of it, right? And we are also leveraging their vast alumni base, the vibrant campus life that they have, and the stellar placement records. So this has helped a lot. We are creating social media strategies, admission strategies, lead generation strategies to help them build a solid brand online. And the results that you see here are a result of a very meticulous approach that FMA Digital follows. Moving on to the next slide, as you see here, this is called a new normal, right? This is what we are, and a lot of us are actually not very comfortable with the pace at which the things are changing, right? This has resulted due to COVID that has come in place. But what we do feel at FMA Digital is that the new normal is equal to new opportunities, right? We do see innovation here. We do see an opportunity for implementing digital to reach out to the parents and the kids, in helping them become our enroll in our schools. So that's what we do. And these are 6 ways in which we are helping leading universities, institutions, and schools grow leaps and bounds using the power of digital, right? Right from creating a high impact social media campaigns, to driving stellar websites, to search engine optimization strategies, online reputation strategies. Right, we also drive powerful video stories that have worked for them significantly. We are experts in content marketing. These are areas we are working with, and we are very sure of helping you meet your objectives in the new normal. That's what we are all working towards. And what we want to present everybody in the panel, and today's other panel members, a free, this is a complimentary audit our team will offer you. It can be online reputation of your school, will give you a complimentary audit for that. We can also analyze your website from SEO point of view, from the page loading point of view, and give you suggestions on what needs to change for it to work. So we'll be happy to give you that, and my team will be reaching out to you, all of you, for taking this forward. And so this is the end of my presentation. Now, which of your top marketing challenges can we help solve today? Thank you. That was me, Saurabh Kulkarni from FMA Digital, signing off. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Saurabh, for such an insightful thought in what FMA Digital is helping out and how we can enroll FMA Digital to be our digital partner. So this is what is the agenda and the topic of discussion throughout the day. It has been starting from the ex-commissioner, ex-additional commissioner of KVS, and the NAP discussion which we had, then the transformation of socio-economy, and the again innovation and technology. So with this collaboration of government, semi-government, academic, leading academic, bodies, corporate and startups like FMA Digital, Orai Robotics, then Digital HR, and this event is actually powered by UniApply, and this helps UniApply helps to understand how search the school, how to compare the school, and then find the rightful enrollment and admissions to go. So if you want a digital agency, you know where to go. Thank you so much, Saurabh.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. So moving ahead, we have the last panel for the day. It's panel 3, but it's very interesting topic which we have finalized for this discussion and deliberation to happen. How technology and innovation are transforming Indian school education. Lovely. So this is the topic for the day. We have eminent speakers or the speakers from all the corners of the country, representing one of the STEAM schools which they are presenting today. To invite, we have Dr. Seema Negi, Principal of Sanjeevani World School from Mumbai. She will be the moderator of the session. I welcome you, Seema ma'am. I'm very happy to see you after such a long time. We have been, interacting in our physical events. We do remember, and we are missing that a lot this time.
Very true, very true. It's an honor to be here. Yes,
yeah,
thank
I'm happy
you.
and pleased here. Thank you so much, ma'am. Then we have Dr. Hemlata Smurthy. She's the Principal Director, White Petal Schools, Bangalore. Dr. Ishwari Prabhakar. She's the Principal, Delhi Public School, Anandapuram, Vishakhapatnam. Mr. Sanjeeva Kumar Sinha, Principal, the Indian Public School, Dehradun. Dr. Neeta Bali, Director Principal and Head of Schools, GD Goenka World School, Sona. Manju Gupta, she is the Principal, Kothari International School, Noida. And Dr. Kavita Bajpayee, Director and Co-founder of the International Schools of Thrissur. So as the session is actually late, I would not like to brief more about what the topic is. You people are the expert of your own domain. Over to you, Seema ma'am. Please lead the session.
Thank you so much, Chandanji. And yes, rightly said, we have the most empowered panelist here. And not to take a lot of time, let us come to the topic of today, which is very, very important, because this entire week, if we see, many places, mental and social well-being week is celebrated. And from the day this pandemic started and all of us were locked inside our homes, everybody, especially the educators, were only and only worried about their students' mental and social well-being. So this is one topic which really needs a good deliberation. As our topic suggests, mental and social well-being of students, teachers, and parents during COVID-19, I think each one of us have seen a new change. We are not only now worried about our students, we are also thinking about their parents, and we are equally worried about our teachers, because our teachers are also going through huge emotional traumas and huge emotional, I mean, it's a topsy-turvy ride for all of us. So, to tell you, WHO defines health as not just your physical health, but it is something which is related to your mental, also social well-being. So taking it forward, we have the esteemed panelist, and the esteemed panelist, my first question is, all of us will answer the question, that 4 important questions that I'm going to ask everyone, and I'll be taking your name one by one just to avoid the confusion. So the first question to all of you is, how educational institution can help teachers, children, and their families manage stress and overcome challenges brought on by COVID-19. I am very sure each one of you are doing your best. But what are the best practices? What are you doing to ensure that your students, your teachers, your parents are not facing it. So let's begin from Dr. Kavita Bajpai.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, Dr. Seema. And so good to see you as, this pandemic has taken a real toll on all of us when it comes to, meeting and sharing our ideas and moving forward. But I think virtual way is also the another way where we can actually connect and we can bring our thoughts onto the table. So when we talk about this particular question, so to reach on how, I think we must start from what and why. So what exactly is happening, what these people are actually facing, why they are facing. When I say they, so it means a complete school community, whether the educators or the children or the parents. And also then we reach to how, so what can be done. So what exactly has been faced by all? So basically what is happening is the sense of anxiety, the worry, fear. Now fear can be any kind of the fear. Even the children are feeling that adult fear, that, fear of losing someone dear one, fear of not getting a proper medical aid on time, or fear of, dying as well, because this pandemic has really taken a big toll on everyone, mental health. So this kind of when we talk about what is happening, so yes, the anxiety, the worry, the fear, these are the things which are settling in. And apart from that, a kind of pressure which is also settling in, the pressure to perform. Now, why it is happening? Because as a school, I think not only the children, but also the educators as well as the parents, we are missing a structure. We are missing the sense of the structure, which is basically the stimulating environment. When you go to the school, the environment is very different. When you go somewhere, when you feel that, okay, this is a school. So the moment you step in, I think everything changes. The whole world changes. So your sentiments changes, your values, they come absolutely right in front of you, and you feel, okay, this is right and this is what we have to behave. So basically the kind of the stimulation comes in, even to the parents, to the children, to the teachers, everyone, they are lacking it badly. So with this what and why, when we move to how, what kind of the support can be given. So yes, if you look at me, I find myself on the three corner. I find myself as a parent also. I find myself as an educator also. I find myself, as a school management also. So on the three sides, if I look at, so I think as a school management, and even the same thing we have done, we tried to the fostering a mechanism which is very cooperative in nature, less critical in nature. Okay, so for that, giving a lot of space to each one's ideas, each one's thinking, and then gradually bringing it onto the action if it is workable, and if it is not, then again moving on to the options of it. So this is something which works out very well in our school. What we have done is we have conducted many sessions for our parents, for our teachers, for our children. In fact, tomorrow also we are going to go live through one of the social media tool. So it is all about mental health. It's about, take back your joy. That's the topic of it. So it's basically just to get some tips, some techniques, how you can, get into your calm mode, how you can be less anxious, how you can be less, less scared. So we are doing a couple of such workshops and exercises on a regular interval. Apart from that, we are also encouraging peer learning practices, not only for the educators, but we are also encouraging it for, our parents also, because we found that a couple of our parents, somewhere they were not as digitally equipped or digitally literate. So we also tried to give them a kind of support and hand holding there. And apart from that, all our supervisors, all our educators, as well as all our parents, we build a community. We call it happy bonding. And with this happy bonding community, we are giving each other a lot of space and scope where we are exchanging and sharing the ideas. So that happens very frequently, say every once in 15 days or something. So I remember last month, one of the parents had come in and he gave us the idea like why we can't conduct a Zoom party for our children, where children are just coming and interacting with each other without any, task-oriented session. We liked it. The reason being because in school they do it. They do it as soon as they get some time, they actually do it, right? Even in the middle of a class, they try to, speak to each other, and also we try to give that kind of the platform. So what is happening is with all this common discussion, whatever best and workable things we can, extract out of it, we are trying to work. So yeah, we are trying to evolve from what, why, and then to how.
So
So
there are
Dr.
many other
Vajpayee,
things.
yes,
Yeah.
very well put up. What, why, how, whatever we do, when we share it on the social platform like this, I think we have to see if the practices are replicable, if the practices are scalable. I think as education fraternity, we all need to embrace the change and take the best practice from each other and share it with our parents, our children, because ultimately all of us are only worried about our parents, our students, and our teachers. So moving ahead, may I request Mrs. Manju Gupta to please share her views on the similar question, please. Ma'am, unmute yourself. Manju ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Sure, yes. Namaskar. So, this is a beautifully put by Ms. Vajpayee that the times are uncertain, unprecedented, and there are fears, there are anxieties, and there are ways to deal with. And the best way is be open-minded and be flexible as school administration, one, or as practitioners. So for teachers, whether it's teachers or students or parents and anybody, I would put this society also, if we are open-minded and we are flexible, this too shall pass. And we shall pass it, we will move out of it with high level of peace, calmness, and learning as well. So this is an opportunity to deal with it and come out with solutions. And the solutions which are coming out are, I find them very brilliant. Like to tell you honestly, the few practices which we are doing for these, the mental health of teachers. Of course, we are connecting. So communication is one thing which calms down everybody. So one is communication. So there's a constant Saturday get together of teachers in small groups. It's well designed and well coordinated. And there is a patient hearing, there is a sharing, and the result of, and it's not it's formal and informal, both kind of meetings are there. So that results into sharing of anxieties, sharing of problems, and then sharing best practices, that how others have solved it. So we had it yesterday evening, and believe you me, it was so wonderful to know that how everybody is dealing with it. I was with one of the groups. So we do it in small breakout rooms kind of a thing. So together all of us are there, and then we break it out and we chat up. We have gupshup meetings also. I'm talking of with the staff. The gupshup meeting, which is without agenda, without this thing, and you can sing, you can share your jokes, you can share your classroom highs and lows, and the result of it is once or twice the teachers have cried also in that it was out of happiness and it was out of stress also. So both the things, if you share, well, the teachers have been happily sharing. So this was about teachers' mental health and peace and taking time forward. About students, since teachers are given that freedom, the children are also taken care. And teachers have become good friends of children now, and digital good friends. Let me talk about that. So their digital connect, because the children are digital natives and teachers are digital immigrants. So I have built a bridge, and I see it happening it very well, between the immigrants, means who are to the natives. So they learn with each other. So teachers are learning with children. So children have high and teachers have learning. So the result of that is, like ma'am was saying, Kavita ji was saying, that what we could do is, and what we've done is, that every teacher has 5 minutes of gupshup time, which we call it circle time, which whatever. So in my school, the word is gupshup, where it is stress-free, no agenda talk. And if you do that, you start connecting with. Similarly, like, these days, the parents are also behind the screen when the class is on. So the teachers are connecting with parents. And as they connect with parents, like, and 1 or 2 classrooms, I also enter these days. And I see how beautifully a bond between the teacher and the parent has been built. And this bonding, I think, will go a long way in developing the child under our care, whether that's school or home. So in totality, and then I have my general meeting, the open house meeting with children and with parents as well. And this, at the end of it, what I have understood, that this stress will go away if we communicate well. So the communication, and communication in all styles at all the times will take care of the mental health and the social bonding. And if this happens, well, if I like you and if you like me, where is the stress? So we take away the stress by being together. So physically together, mentally together, and digitally together. So that's how the life is moving on.
That's beautiful. So it is like the communication needs to be direct, dil se dil tak, and
Yes.
that is what I can say you are doing. So I think in your Gupshup meeting, when you say that your teachers are feeling happy, they are feeling healthy, they are feeling socially connected, I think all those Gupshup meetings become so purposeful and so meaningful. Wonderfully put up, Manju ma'am. Moving ahead, Dr. Ishwari, we would like to now listen from you, your best practices. Ma'am, unmute yourself. Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself. Still not unmuted. Ma'am, just unmute yourself.
I think, yeah, I'm unmuted. Right, ma'am. The closure of education institutions, due to preventive measures again, the spread of COVID has really affected the education system, because where there was an emotional connect, that connect is missing, and we have gone for the remote learning. So how do we do it? How do we conject the changes of these emotional states, which are assumed, by contributing the factors that affect, the quality of this teaching, ultimately affecting the students. So how do we combat it? First of all, what we do is we explore and describe the concerns of the students, the parents and the teachers related to the circumstances. We have one-to-one Zoom meeting at the top. Okay, and then we ask them, how was your day? Not every day, randomly we pick up few students, few parents, and teachers also I do have with them, you can say, walk a talk. It's like the digital talk with them. And then we find out, explore, what are their concerns, which are caused due to the social isolation. The teachers and the students, as it is, when we talk about education, it's a holistic perspective, right? Where there is always the hand holding. If it is missing, how do we do it? So for this, we need to adopt a qualitative, the research design, right? Where the teachers to be motivated towards developing their knowledge, their skills, children also to be motivated to, learn while they are remotely placed. Right, ma'am. And, we have online, discussions with the children. We have peer discussion with the children. Like suppose we have 10th standard students with us, and we tell them that you narrate a story, 10th standard, and then that story is posted for the other children of other groups. And they feel so touched and attached that, oh, my bhaiyas have done this, and then I can, connect with my bhaiyas as a story. The grandparents also we are inviting on the shows, means digitally online, we invite the grandparents. They also narrate story to the little ones. We invite the parents. So in this way, we are maintaining a triangular connect with all. And then we have designed a multi-pronged strategy to manage this crisis. Otherwise, we have to build up a resilient, a school system. If we are not able to do it, then we fail in our thought of making the children more lively. Now, recently, because as you said in the beginning that we are conducting online sessions for mental health and well-being. So what is well-being? If you don't understand a child, if you don't know, if the teacher doesn't know the name of a child, right? So what I tell my teachers is, when you're calling out the names of the students while taking the attendance, don't call with roll numbers. Don't call with numbers, call with the names. That will give them the emotional connect. And then ask them to keep the videos on. Right, ma'am. So when the videos are on, you can read the facial expressions of the students and you can get connected emotionally. Right, ma'am. And we have capacity building programs for the little ones, for the teachers. And we keep every fortnight, we have a particular topic for developing various skills, the capacity building program. Not only academics, but co-scholastic, art. Co-scholastic, when you talk about art, so we give the child, we play music in the class and we ask the children to draw whatever they feel like and use the color which they like with the music. And then we ask them to upload it in the Google Classroom. You know, what a variety of thoughts they bring out. So this is how the children are de-stressed. And then when we talk about the child's, the freeness, we tell them the best moment of your day, any day in these 15 days, which is your best moment, record it and send it. And the best one is selected by me, and then I applaud the child and send a note, well done and good. That really boosts up the morale of the children. See, even though we are online, yes, the pedagogical methods have changed, right? But the connect should not go away. You need to be emotionally connected with the children. So to emotionally connected, you have to design your own activities. And what works for one particular class might not work for the other class. So these are the things which we do it in the school. And as far as the teachers are concerned, we have a laughing day. Saturday evening आ जाओ, बैठेंगे अपने अपने घर में, right? एक cup चाय अपने पास रखें सब, and then we have a party, and we say you laugh, just like that you laugh, and when we start laughing, we are automatically de-stressed. And I always tell them, Saturday is gone, but Monday when you come rejuvenated to the school, and if you're rejuvenated and a smile on your face, that will make the children smiling ever and ever. And then there is no question of stress, depression, and then anxiety and negative thoughts. Because when a positive thought enters, everything becomes positive. And finally, I would like to, I don't want to take much of the time. And every day morning, in all the classes, we have virtual assemblies. And in these virtual assemblies, one particular means the children are not repeated, and it starts with some kind of meditation, so which gives a positive vibration to the children. They, we tell them, open the video, don't close the video, open the video, and then you do the meditation. So in that way, when the day starts serene, I think whole day goes on serene. So these are the practices which we do in the school as far as the teachers, parents, and the students are concerned. Now, one more thing, I'm just coming up, the wildlife, Save Us Wildlife Olympiad is there. In that, they have given an invitation for the parents and the students to participate together. So there's a group activity with the parent and the student, and we on the other side, teacher and the school is there. It gives a total collaborative approach, right? And we stay connected. A happy person, a happy teacher is a happy student is a happy school. So automatically the well-being of the students is taken care of. Thank you for giving me this
That's beautiful, Dr. Ishwari. So what I could conclude is now these days, new skills which need to be developed when we talk about emotional well-being are the happiness skills that you are taking care of, the mindfulness skills that you are taking care of with yoga, meditation, positive thinking skill with your chai party, and the biscuits were missing. So chai and laughter rather than chai and biscuit, and the resilience skills, because that is what I think makes all teachers feel that, thank God it's Monday and we are back to our screens for our class. That's beautiful. So let's move ahead. We have Mr. Sanjeev who has joined us from Dehradun. Yes, Mr. Sanjeev, we would like to know from you more. So please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Seema ma'am. After hearing Kavita ma'am, Ishwari ma'am, and Manju ma'am, there is nothing left for me to say. You have covered all the areas. But I come from because see, as a school, we all are doing same thing. Okay, I represent a boarding school. Yeah, it's a fully boarding school. We don't have day students. Our challenges are quite different, especially when it is parents. We never keep parents in loop in our education's day-to-day affairs, because hardly a child stays 2 months in his house, and the rest 9 to 10 months they are here. Especially board students, they say they stay more than 10 months with us. So the moment we closed our schools in mid of March, the government order came and suddenly we have to close our school, and students left for homes. Our final exams were going on, promotional examinations were going on. We have to stop everything and we have to call parents, and suddenly we have to send them. We expected that we might reopen the school by 31st of May initially. After that, we thought by the end of July, we might be reopening. Just still now, I heard that next 15 to 20 days, government is allowing boarding schools also to start. But the question is whether we'll start or not. When the students left home, a few teachers, even for teachers also, we gave holidays. We told them we kept them 2 days with us. So there was nothing in front of us. What is going to happen if this particular thing goes on for 6 to 7 months? The question mark is on our existence of boarding schools. There are several questions are there. Teachers were afraid of their jobs. These all things were there, but we all teachers met. We had a staff meeting. I had some friends in China who are teachers in there. So we tried to speak to them, what you did all this, because you are with this problem from last more than from December, they were there. So we are here. So suddenly online classes, our senior teachers who are 55 plus 50, they suddenly came to me and they said, sir, we are in stress now. How can we manage this? You have a certain set of teachers who are good at IT part. For them, there is no problem. But what is going to happen with us? Now, especially our Hindi teachers, our art teacher, our activities, such teachers, they came to me. We said, no, nothing is going to happen. We started some training, counseling them, giving them training sessions. We trained them. In 2 days, they were quite comfortable in using video conferencing mode, Zoom. Initially, we started with Zoom. When students went home, another problem, we started our online classes. Initially, all schools had this problem, attendance, these all problems initially. But in next 15 days, everything was okay. Parents, we have to continuously guide our parents for the online classes, for the behavior, because kids were full-time with us. They full-time, they are always in our school. Parents are never bothered about the discipline, such things. They are not in the loop. Now we have to keep them in the loop. We have to train our parents first. We have to tell our parents that now it is your responsibility. You have to wake up your child on time so that he attends his class. It is your responsibility that your son should not use mobile phone till late nights. Otherwise, he will miss his morning classes. We have to first of all, we have to handhold our parents. We formed a team, our teachers, some of them are house masters, we call them, we call them tutors, who takes care of pastoral care of children, or IT people, who continuously helped our parents so that their kids are on timely, they attended their classes timely. They are without books. It was lockdown, purely lockdown time. No books were there. We started our new session, but no books were there. We have provided e-books, facility of e-books to them. NCERT books were sent to them online. We taught how to how to use this. First, parents were trained, then same time, and everything was well. Summer vacations were there. We wanted to keep the connect in the school, connect between the school and parents to remain. So instead of giving summer vacations, we conducted summer camps where class activities took place. Every class presented one or other thing, the whole school watched, we enjoyed. We wanted that the online process should not be a boring topic. It should not be a what a teacher centered. It should be a child centered. So we did all these things. Again, now it's October. Still, we don't know whether we are going to reopen our schools or not. Board students, class 10, 12 students, board exams are in the month of April next year, March, April. They are again in stress. We are talking to them one by one. The teachers are giving remedial classes one by one. They are talking to parents. We are managing. And I think next 15 to 1 month, again, a new mode will come, blended approach, online and offline both. Few students will be coming to school. Few students will be in home. This is again a new shift for teachers. Initially, they were physically teaching. Right now, they are teaching online. And now, again, they have to use this online offline mode. I think teachers, they are efficient, they will turn. Yes, some challenges, financial challenges. Many, we heard that many schools, teachers have lost their jobs. Our sympathies to us. Luckily, we did not do, still now we did not do anything like that. We paid we tried to pay maximum salaries so that they can run their families very well. This is the approach as a school we had. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you, Sanjeev sir. We understand being a boarding school, your challenges are completely different than a day school. Good, your teacher could find their purpose on how to reach to children, and they are trying to maintain the work-life balance. That's really good. Now, coming to Dr. Hemlata. Dr. Hemlata, we would like to hear from you the best practices your school is following. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Seema ma'am. Being like all the eminent speakers have put out all their views and ideas, which has been partially been followed by the schools in Bangalore here, as well as me. One unique practice, what we are trying to do is that we are doing activity called as Motivation Listening Mantra Day. This is a day where we try to see to that the children, teachers, parents, all of us are connected on that single day, where the child would be sitting along with his views and ideas, parent with all the queries, and we would make it a day where it is open for the parents to teach the teacher, because it is a pandemic situation where all of us had to mold ourselves for a new learning or new methodology that had to be adapted in school, as well as parents were supposed to understand that the child will be with them and the classes would be virtual. So everything was a session where it had to be taken in a happy mode, because all of us were unaware that the situation would continue like this for a longer period. So what we decided was we will dig deeper, because we have to organize the situation in such a way that how best it's going to make a child stress-free, how best it is going to make a parent panic-free, as well as how best it is going to make a teacher confident enough to run the day, because Monday to Friday, it's a challenge day where we were all into that spirit of understanding. We will not stop. We will try to move. That motivation challenge day where we try to sit in such a way, it is going to be called as the parents will give the ideas, teachers will try to take up those ideas, how we will have to come up for the next weekend, what we are going to do. It is also a meditational day. Each morning we try to see to that every child is sitting, coming with the parent. It'll be called as a meditation where teacher would be associating it for 2 to 3 minutes, so that there is a connectivity. Also, in order to understand whether the child is really logging in, whether the parent is understanding what's happening with the school in the virtual mode, all this, because all of us were taking it in a great challenging way. All of us were in that situation to understand how we can try to do, because most of the teachers were in that condition to tell, as sir was trying to tell, that most of them are teachers, like language teachers, were panic in the mode, trying to tell how to come and connect for this virtual classes or online. everybody were into that modem of giving that, building up confidence, because it's a teamwork. It cannot happen with one person. It cannot happen all alone with the management. The management also have to be involved. So we boosted the confidence in such a way that all of us are at least, because the day should end up without stress, at least for the percent of 80, so that the teacher is happily living in the rest of the day with the family. The parents are also connecting themselves with the children to understand they have completed the day peacefully. So this way, what we did is like listening to the problem. We call it like where whatever the child is going with that emotional imbalance. Maybe sometimes the family atmosphere would not be that happy enough. Sometimes the teacher might not address the child properly. All these to come into that proper range. We have seen to that motivation day, we keep it open in such a way that the discussions are taken in whatever way the parent would try to give us, and rebound that in right way, so that we are going to come up Monday with that bright energy, sportive energy within us, so that we will not try to see to that the other week is going to be a less energy week. So it is like, as all of us know, that it is like keeping up the inner self-confidence. So we have told the children to be within yourself. Try to learn to be within yourself. Try to learn to come out with the deeds and thoughts, because most of them are open to the gadgets. 24/7, the children would be somewhere associated with gadgets. So how best the gadgets could be useful for them, not for utilizing it for other purposes, because media, social media, while we try to tell it is boon or bane, it is for good as well as bad. So how best we can try to use this for the betterment, how best it was, so that way we'll have gone ahead in such a way that the meditation, whatever we do, the listening motivation day on Saturdays, whatever we do, openness day on Sunday, every alternate fourth week of Sunday, we try to connect all the parents from our houses, so that to try to understand for what they want, whether it has to be a lesson methodology or it is an activity methodology. We would try to understand that fourth Sunday, and we will plan ourselves that it is not going to be a stress-free education or a virtual classes that we are giving. This is how we are going, because most of the points have been covered by all the rest of the eminent speakers. So whatever we have been following, I have put up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hemlata. That is definitely, you are the practices that you're following, you are living your values, and that is something which is very important, because it makes a very, very positive impact in everyone's life. So now we have 6 speakers, and I'm dividing these speakers into 2 groups of 3, because next 2 questions are, the first question is for 3 of you. I will take the name, and the next question is for 3 of you. So let's see. Okay, and I'm not giving you any marks for that. So the next question is for Dr. Ishwari, Mr. Sanjeev, and Mrs. Manju. So 3 of you have to give this answer to this question. Now you have to tell us about 2 innovative ways school can utilize technology to enhance engagement in younger children through online learning. We all have gone through online modes. We all are using various technology. 2 innovative methods that you feel that entire audience can replicate in their school, and they are doing very well. So for this question, we have 3 prominent speakers. We'll start with Dr. Ishwari, followed by Ms. Manju, and then Mr. Sanjeev. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Ishwari ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Kindly let me know the technology.
Yes, 2 innovative ways that your school is following technology or utilizing technology to make the teaching learning more outcome based for the younger children, and it's more engaging.
Yes, ma'am. As well as the technology, this, the virtual platform, what we are using, it's a blended approach, right? And for the little ones, when you talk about the primary students, what the teachers do, they just have a video, they give the voiceover, a story tell, a story with the teacher's voice and the animation is going on. And when it is given to the child, the child really listens to it, and we tell them that this particular time, the child should be able to listen to the story. A particular time is given. And then later, the next day, some questions are asked based on that. And the children, those who are not able to listen at that particular time, they have an opportunity to listen to the same story of their convenient time. So this is one of the methods it really worked out. And the second one is a poem. When a teacher recites a poem, how each and every child can be monitored. For that, what we have done is randomly we pick up the children and then we ask only that child to unmute. This I'm talking of the primary little ones. And that particular child repeats after the teacher, and in another room, the music teacher is there with the keyboard. Right. So the teacher sings, there is a music, and the child also repeats with the music. So a lot of concentration is there, and then they feel interested. Okay, today my teacher is going to teach a poem, or my teacher is going to tell a story. This is one. Next one is storytelling. We are even doing that. The teacher starts the story, and then it tells each child to develop it. And at the end, what happens? The building of the story. So these are the three methods where we see, because numeracy and literacy, both maths and English, for the concepts of reading and number literacy, these two things should be very, very strong as far as the foundation level is concerned. So we are basically looking into that now. This is one.
That's beautiful, because the art of storytelling is one art which we need to preserve.
Yes, ma'am.
Beautiful that during this digital era we are preserving that. So, Mrs. Manju, we would like to listen from you two innovative teaching methodology or two innovative tools that you are using to enhance learning. Ma'am, you will have to unmute yourself.
This is, of course, I see this pandemic, when we are all at home, has become a boon in developing children. So what do we mean by education? I want to talk about it, and I want to take you through a journey where the education or the schooling becomes a means for lifelong learning. And the things which we remember and use later, numeracy, literacy, all this, and the information is all at touch of a button, and our new generation, which is digital native, can give you answers like this, and they can teach us also. So what we need to teach them is the skills, the attitudes, and the confidence. And I was talking earlier also, the 7 C's are our focus. So the call is teaching them English, math, science, subject teaching, learning. That is happening in all schools. And I think whatever I'm going to say now also is happening. So what is missing when it's not real school, when I speak to my colleagues, is the co-curricular activities. And I took it as a challenge. And this platform has given us an opportunity, a strength to do all possible co-curricular activities, which we will do it in a running school or in face-to-face school. What we've done is every Friday is a day when the children have to do one of the, whether it's debate, it's elocution, it's quiz, it's singing, it's recitation, or it's painting, or it is sports. Like I'll tell you, you'll wonder what sport. So we did skipping competition. Okay. And the children had to start their screen, and it has, first of all, we do it intra-class, and then intra-sections, and then overall, the best ones are selected, and then they are given the this. And the results, so this is, of course, it happens automatically just then and there. But like if we do any other activity like elocution or anything, the results are declared on Sunday at 11 a.m. through a Facebook, discourse. So the result of that is everybody waits for and then it's grade wise. For me, it is 2 hours because I need to be attending all those result declarations. So grade 4 and 5 does one, 1, 2, 3 does one, 6 to 8 does one, 9, 10 does one, and 11, 12 does one. So the result is each child is getting enough time to become confident, communicator, thinker, and finally, a child with lots of energy. So they look forward for Friday and Sunday. The result of that is if I'm able to do that, well, this confident child learns English, math, science, whatever, very fast at their own pace and in their own style. So what we're trying to develop is not academic brilliance, we're trying to develop brilliant children. And by this has given me that each child can be touched. Now with this platform, you don't have to reach out. You are at mine and your distance is just a touch of a button. You said, Manju ma'am, speak, and I unmuted myself. Okay, so similarly, the children are all available, provided you create engaging and interesting connections. And when we do that, the children are there, the parents along. Another thing I'm wondering is that this pandemic has given me an opportunity to connect with parents very fast. Everybody is available. If I call for a PTM, parent body meeting in school, well, it takes a lot of persuasion that all parents to come. But here, if you do it at a proper time, I have an attendance of almost 90% parents. So the result of that, because one is techno savvy, so technology, and the second is they want to talk also because whatever is the talk is engaging, is meaningful. So in totality, this technology has helped in developing children in a very innovative way. And the other thing is, which is very beautiful, and I am so grateful to my children and my teachers. They are teaching me various tools that, ma'am, can we do it like this? They take permission. So that results into, can we do it on this platform, this activity, and can we do it this activity on this platform? And believe you me, it's learning for me, and it's learning for children, and it's learning for teachers. So the technology is empowering everyone, and every technology is helping them developing an attitude to learn. So always ready, always available. Technology is another thing which is bad or good, I don't know. I'm talking to you at this hour in the comforts of from the comforts of my home. So nobody is stressed that I have to reach there and I have to do this. Well, after at 7, I have another video webinar to attend. And I'm happy doing it because it's not stressing me that I have to reach to some other place. I have only to switch over, and that makes me happy. So it makes me happy. So technology is making children happy and learning. Technology is making parents happy and learning. And technology is making happy teachers, definitely very happy.
That's really wonderful. Yes. So you have...
I celebrate technology.
Wonderful. So you have holistically presented your view, wherein students are there, teachers are there, and parents are there, and technology is the big enabler which is amalgamating everything together on this beautiful platform. Sanjeev sir, you need to tell me 2 innovative ways that school can use to utilize technology to encourage everyone.
Ma'am, these 6 months are full of innovations. From teaching conducting online examinations, you conducted online quizzes, you conducted online debates, elocutions, so many things we did. Yes, as ma'am said, the students will be always there. They will come and ask you, sir, we want to do this, we want to do, because they are digital natives. And it is very good that 6 months back, when we see a child, if a child's hand a mobile phone is there, he used for Instagram or TikTok or Facebook for those things. But luckily now they are using for different. Now I ask my son, what are you doing? He say, I am playing a Kahoot game There is a quiz going on Kahoot app. My teacher is conducting a quiz. If I ask my daughter, what are you doing? She's doing, I'm recording my podcast. So these are the different answers we get, and which makes us very happy. The real use of technology has come out. Now when teachers come back to schools, I think a school will be an empowered school where a teacher is both, he is prominent with his traditional teaching and technology. You told me two things. One, what we did is, for every classroom, there are so many open resources are there. In these, from those open resources, kids, we can create small websites also. So what we did, in fact, it is students' idea, a group of students. We don't have junior classes. We have from class 6 onwards. So a group of students, they spoke to, sir, we want to create a website for our class. Why not? Good. So it acts like a notice board of a school. In a classroom, the way you have a notice board, you paste all the birthdays of students, word of the day, anything what is going on in that particular classroom, they did. They mentioned, they kept the photo of the class teacher. They mentioned all the teachers who are teaching. It's like and everyday activities. If any homework is given by a teacher, a child uploads every day. There are 4 to 5 kids in a school who are very good in computer. They do all this work, and that's a very good website. And every class has a small website now. They are using private servers. They cannot, they haven't uploaded it, but when they send that link to us, we can see it very easily. And we see the whole class of a beautiful, you see which child is celebrating a birthday in that class, what homeworks are given in that classroom, what are the syllabus for the coming test. These all things were there in a smaller, that classroom has become one community. And if a child is doing something, they upload it there. That's one thing we are doing. Second one, Ishwari ma'am, she said storytelling. That is, we are also doing very effectively. We are doing the storytelling. What we are doing additional, I don't know, Ishwari ma'am also must be doing that. Storytelling is a very traditional approach, at least for our Indian education system, where we connect with our culture, connect with our history. These all things can be covered at the same time. When now we add technology to it, we tell a child to record your voice in it. We tell another, we form the entire classroom into small groups, and one group works on one person from one room works on recording it. One provides a background music on it. Another provides subtitles if they are required. One student says what is the moral of the story. This way, 3 or 4 very good stories get created. And this is the way you are encouraging. One is you are touching your culture. Another is a collaborative approach. Technology is used, skills. The kids are learning video editing. They are learning video editing. They are learning how to give voiceover, how to edit. These are the things they are learning. So collaborative approach, learning new skills. At the same time, you are touching your culture, your values. These are the two.
Wonderful.
If you want, I can say.
Yes, no,
maybe,
wonderful, Mr. Sanjeev. That's really good because by doing all this, you are building meaningful social connections, and that is what is the need of the hour. So our next question, since we have now the 3 of you have given your views about the innovation. Now I want Dr. Kavita Bajpai and Dr. Hemlata to please enlighten us about a very, very important aspect, which I think we have seen. It's like most of the people are talking about open school program. So I would like to know your views. How can the open school program be used to address some of the challenges brought on by COVID-19? Do you think that is the right approach, or open school program can provide us a breather, or what is your perspective and view about this? Dr. Bajpai.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Seema Negi. So first, what is the open school? So open school is something where a teacher and the student are geographically apart. And I think exactly this is what right now is happening. And with this time of uncertainty, we don't know for how long it is going to happen. Because even if the school starts opening, I'm sure it will start opening into the phases. So I'm sure grade maybe 11, 12, 9, 10, these will be starting for the schools first, and then later the younger children. But there also there has to be a lot of conviction has to be there in the minds of the parents before they actually start sending children to school. So I feel that open school is here to stay. The approach of open school is here to stay for some more time, because in my views, if not the doors of the school, but the doors of the learning should always be open. And this is exactly what open schools say. So thank
Beautiful.
you.
That was really beautiful. Yes, please continue.
Yeah, thank you so much. So yes, with the blended learning approaches and also with the kind of what happens in the open school, there is a lot of flexibility which is given. So I would just like to add one more thing which is happening in most of the schools. See, right now what we are talking about the schools which are the premium schools, or which are the schools where children who are coming, they don't struggle for the devices at home, perhaps, right? But there are children who don't have those devices also available. There are children who get the turns to get the devices, sometimes parents, sometimes the child. So laptop, mobile phone, they keep switching with each other. So what my suggestion is, with the flexible approach of open schooling, if we actually get into the detail of it, it even talks about the complete the time frame also. It doesn't say that stick to your schooling within these times only. So what can be done is, there can be various slots which can be divided. That can be a breather for the teachers also, as well as for the children also, because we should not forget that when teachers are also there, being at home and being this is a fraternity which is mainly ruled by the women, and women, they are the fulcrum of the family. So I think they are 360-degree pressurized. So in my views, open schooling is something especially for the children, where we don't feel the need that they should be going to the school and getting into the lab activities or on-ground learning, especially those bored children. Below that, we can continue for open schooling for some more time, till the time we are very sure and we are fully convinced within ourselves as a parent, as well as an educator, and also as a school, that we are there to provide the safe environment. So learning can always continue. So as I said in the beginning, let learning continue and let it not be restricted by the doors of the school.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, let learning continue. And this flexibility approach, being flexible, reaching out to each and every learner. Beautifully, you have actually spoken about the truth that we are facing. There are devices which needs to be shared. There are people who do not have technology. So teachers are reaching them through WhatsApp only. So, I mean, this shows the growth mindset, and growth mindset is the key for the future. So moving ahead, Dr. Hemlata, your views, please. Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. As Kavita ma'am has already said, that it is digital sharing with the parents as well as the kids, because open school is a method where India is new to. But most of the other countries, there is a choice that they have learned how to adapt themselves, because most of the countries are either into the situation of facing disasters, facing calamities, natural calamities. But in our country, what has happened is, we are learning things in such a way that we will have to be adaptable to the situation. So what I would try to tell is, as ma'am has added most of the points, flexibility is more required between a parent, between a child, because as most of the parents are working, both father and mother, and sometimes they are under the vigilance of guardian. Sometimes the sharing is happening. We will have to see to that the child is given the choice of learning at any day, any time of the 24/7 or week, so that it is going to be easy for them. Because as the child did not have to come, as ma'am was trying to tell, to the school, if there is a choice, the child can do things within the within the four wall. So what we will have to decide is, we will have to see to that modem of compatibility and adaptability is very much there in open school. Even the teacher would be in the free of available, suppose if there is a choice of a child getting his or her doubts to be cleared. anytime there is a choice that they can go virtually, they can try to contact each other, try to solve their solutions, especially while if it is a core subjects, we called as math, science, most of the higher grades would try to have a lot of other things, because you know more now home tutoring is not there, tutors are not available, because all of them are engaged, they are doing things in one or the other way for online activities. So I feel this open school would try to help a child to become more confident enough in taking the things in the needed time, needed way. So I would feel that we will have to, and till the situation becomes normal, because we know it is like now it is COVID is with us all the time. How safe it is if the child is coming out or the parent is willing or not, we will have to see to that and decide for the things and get adjusted for the circumstances and situations. So I feel that open school should be better way for us till we try to move in the required way. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hemlata. Definitely, as an educator, as parent, first we need to be fully satisfied and convinced that yes, we can open the doors of our house and doors of our school for our students, and then only we can let them in, because their safety and their security is our prime concern, and they are the future of our nation. To safeguard them is our responsibility. So we have, by till now, we have discussed about the emotional well-being of all the three stakeholders, that is your parents, your students, and your teachers. We have also spoken about their physical well-being, social well-being, workplace well-being, and societal well-being. So moving ahead to the concluding question, I want each one of you to share your pearls of wisdom on this particular question, wherein you as an empowered educationist can give us a piece of advice for all the audience, that how their institution can help teachers, students, families who are coping up with so much of stress, the financial challenges, everything. How do you see, or how do you envision that your institute can help, like your institute might have helped your parents? How can you foresee that other institution can also replicate that model? And what is your final word of advice? Now, this time we will go ahead with alphabetical order. So when we go ahead with alphabetical order, we'll have to start with Ishwari ma'am first. We will not consider Dr. D, okay? So we are going as per the first name. So Ishwari ma'am, your pearls of wisdom to be shared with everyone. I cannot see her here right now on the screen. So by the time she joins us, we will move to, no, Ishwari ma'am is there. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Ma'am, first of all, to everyone here, I would like to just tell a small thing, that adaptation, anything new, change is inevitable, but we need to adapt it and create a positive atmosphere and an environment. If you start anything with positive, and definitely the ultimate result will be positive. So anything starts well, will always give the best results. That is what I would like to say, because now see, it started so sudden. On 22nd March, they said everything is going to close down. And without having a prior knowledge, we never had this. Of course, we had online sessions, but not deep into it, or what we had. But everybody got adapted to it, because there was a positive way and positive approach towards it. So we are successful. That's the only thing I can tell. Anything, your attitude will decide your altitude. That has to be taken.
Beautiful. Yes, adaptation is now the new skill, because we all need to adapt to the new normal. Next, we have Dr. Hemlata. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, yes. I would try to tell that we will have to be connected to each other, listen to each other, because all of us should understand to face the problem in the required way. So as ma'am has already told, it is adapting. We need to listen to the problems. We need to get how to move on when facing the problems, facing the and solutions, because wherever there is a problem, definitely there is a solution. And whatever is the situation, how positively we move, how positively we can say, yes, I can, I will do, to whoever it is, could be our educationists, could be our parents, kids, whoever it is, we will have to tell that there should be a strong inner feeling within us that I can do, and I can, I will. This is what I want to conclude in a simple way, ma'am.
Beautiful. whatever is the situation, there is always a solution. The only thing is we have to look for it. And definitely each one of us are doing that in our own capacity. Moving ahead, Dr. Kavita.
Yeah. So I would like to sum up this entire discussion and my approach towards your question. The two magic words for me are gratitude and mindfulness. I think with these two things, once we start navigating, I'm sure we will conquer all the negativity around, and all we can certainly take back our joy. So if I have to further, talk about this gratitude and mindfulness, how to practice it. So I can simply give you 5 tips, which I have been practicing in my family as a parent, which I'm suggesting my teachers to do so, which I'm suggesting my parents to do so. And at the end of the day, we are getting some encouraging results, if not fully. So what I always say, though we are at home and things have actually totally have changed, like it's a complete 360-degree change which has happened in our lives. So then what we can do is stick to your routine. That is one thing. I mean, being at home and being lethargy and lazy and changing and switching your routine, rather stick to your routine. Second, plan your day as well as the activities. Number 3, which I feel that is something very, very important, which is becoming right now very important, is the understanding towards the first aid. That is also very important. Then number 4, me time and us time, which is very important. Me time as an individual, us time as a family. And the last but not the least, staying positive. It means we should not be dwelling on the things which we could have completed or couldn't have. So I think it's all about moving forward. So mindfulness is the key. And of course, the being grateful at the end of the day.
Yes. So the attitude of gratitude is definitely going to make a lot of difference. So with a lot of gratitude, we move ahead towards Manju ma'am. Manju ma'am, your pearls of wisdom, please. Ma'am, unmute yourself.
It's good to be quiet, so I mute myself all the time. Yes. So the silence is where speaks million words, and that is what in these times of pandemic and we have the inner silence. We're working on inner silence and outer silence, and instead of getting anxious about things, well, calming down exercises are very important, and we practice day in and day out. We talk about it. So one is laughing out your heart and then silencing it. These are the 2 things that help me and my staff and the children.
That's beautiful. Inward and outward journey, from outward to inward, and at times reflecting from inward to outward. Beautiful, Manju ma'am. So last but not the least, the only male participant of our panel, sir, your views. You're the privileged male participant, I want.
Thank you, ma'am. And this is my first panel discussion. I'm first time in a panel discussion. Okay. We never stop learning. Keep on learning, lifelong learners. We are lifelong learners, keep on learners, and really that worked these 6 months. I think in future also that will work. Be positive. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. The positive is the most scary word these days, but yes, we need to be positive, and we as educators are lifelong learner. It's we who are the role model for our children, for our parents. So to conclude, I would just like to say, कितना भी पकड़ लो, फिसलता जरूर है. ये वक्त है साहब, बदलता जरूर है. We have done it. We have reached. We have shown that yes, we as educators are the change makers, and hats off to the leaders like you who are so committed, who are not just committed for their staff, but for their children and for their students and for their parents. I think that is what will make a new society, a society where behind a child, school and parents will stand together. That will be the beautiful community of togetherness. With this, thank you so much. It was a wonderful deliberation. Chandanji, all over to you.
Absolutely, ma'am. I was just stuck to my laptop, and sincerely, I was so enjoying this lovely session. मैम ये सेशन हमारा 2:30 बजे दोपहर से शुरू हुआ, पता ही नहीं चला कि ये शाम के 7 कैसे बज गए. एवरी सेशन वाज सो इम्पोर्टेंट. मतलब डूइंग ए जस्टिस ऑफ 1 hour, वो हमने अच्छा किया कि नहीं किया मालूम नहीं, बट एवरी सेशन डिजर्व an entire full day to have this discussion going on.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I must compliment you for choosing such wise and quite, relevant topics. I think each and every topic needed the discussion and brainstorming and some, strong conviction on that. So thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely, ma'am. And having eminent, yeah. Hemlata, ma'am, please.
Yeah, no, Chandan sir, I was trying to tell it was a wonderful session from morning, almost from 2:30. So that way I would thank you for making it go and happen. We are still, at the end of the day also, we are still energetic and waiting. After 1 hour bhi baat kar lenge, koi baat nahi.
Yeah.
Right.
Ma'am, I think we are teachers. Sirf mic dene ki zarurat hai.
And for that, definitely some compliment should go to Dr. Seema Negi.
Yes, and you know how particular I am about the time.
Ma'am, Seema ma'am, sir, before you speak, just few words for ma'am. Ma'am, Seema ma'am, really it was wonderful. Each and every panelist who, when we were speaking, you could pick up the best out of it and then made the best out of it. And you could convey it. That was very, very...
thank you, ma'am. So humble. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hopefully, thank you.
Yes. Even Mr. Sanjeeva Kumar sir, you come from such a beautiful city, Dehradun, and you saying that ki this is for the first time you are coming, sir, pata hi nahi chala. Agar aap ye nahi bolte to nahi pata chalta ki this is the first time you are coming for a webinar. But so
what happens? Nice. I'm in a boarding school.
Yeah.
So my whole life is inside the school, 24/7 schools. Okay, that's what happened. I never attended physical many conferences. Okay, very few, and I never come out of school. This virtual world has connected me. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me.
Dehradun bola to sir, there is a immediate connect. It goes to my mind because I have been in a boarding school in Dehradun for 7 years. So since class 1, Mr. Marshall School, sir, East Canal Road. He was the then retired principal from the Doon school, and then he opened his own school by his own name. I couldn't crack the entrance examination of Doon school, but I cracked off Master Marshall School. So it's a beautiful city, sir, and every lane is covered with some of the schools over there. And I would really appreciate the kind of work which you education leaders are doing, and you are definitely shouldered with the kind of force which is backing you, your entire teaching and non-teaching staff. And I really salute to them, and all the best to all lovely and good journey you are going to. I would like to I'll be happy to announce and say that the driving force of organizing this Education Leadership Summit is because of the visionary leader which is just among us, Mr. Rahul Jain. He's the MD of UNICEF Group and the director of ASMA. So his vision of organizing and connecting communities from higher education, school education, preschool education, inviting government and corporate, this is how we have made this possible. And with all your support and association, it was there. And Seema ma'am, you have pinned me to say again a shairi, because बिना कोई event बिना शायरी के मेरी होती नहीं है. So I will compliment and add to you कि सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, चलना भी जरूरी है मंजिल को पाने के लिए. So with this effort, this is a small journey which you are doing. Over to you, Rahul Jain sir, for your concluding thank you note.
Thank you. In fact, let me begin with the sort of overwhelming feeling that I have right now. I've been hearing definitely the different panels, but the way this particular panel panned out, it brought a very different connect. Both with audience and audience comments are there for everyone to see. How much enlightened, how much thrilled we are from the core. The way we look at the innovation happening, the technology adaptation happening, and the kind of effort you educationists are putting to make sure that the nation emerges better even during these tough times. So I'm just amazed with the kind of energy. In fact, it happens to me with each next event that I do, that I think I become a better human being, because I get to learn from so many different voices, so many different wisdoms, and so much of energy comes to us, while we be able to put all of it together. In fact, Chandan was too moderate when he said that, it's the vision that actually drives the whole mission. but I think vision is just vision if it's not getting executed well. So I must congratulate you, Chandan, all the time when we talk about a project. I think you are the one who end up, getting things executed. And with you and the team that we have, I think we have the power to do whatnot, right? So before I actually move to further mentions, I really wish to thank each one of you, Dr. Seema especially, for channelizing the whole conversation in so beautiful manner that I think it actually came out very well, very insightful, and it actually allowed each panelist to give their 150%. In fact, everyone was willing to in fact share more ideas and suggestions as to how they are doing better and how they expect people to help grow, do better. So thank you so much, and thank you so much all the panelists for the insightful session that we had. I welcome you all. In fact, all my audience, all the speakers that who are part of us to become part of Mission ASMA. ASMA started somewhere in 2013 as a small idea, and the idea was about can we expect academicians to ride onto the power of social media? So the tagline or the abbreviation that ASMA actually has is adaptation of social media in academia. We never realized that that thought today has become the key catalyst to digital transformation in academics. So we are right now actually being seen as a platform where we are talking about all things digital transformation. And I'm glad that we started this journey much ago in time when people were just thinking about how possibly Facebook and all these tools and technologies are going to be used within academics. And even till 2015, my research and other outputs has conveyed that it is very little, inclusion that has been happening. But COVID and before COVID time were truly, the period of adaptation. And, we see now we're transiting from, before COVID to after COVID. And we see that, we have actually fast forward the whole adaptation process. So that has been a very beautiful situation in front of us. And at ASMA or at InnoServe, we are actually creating a web of communities. So it is not just the academic community that we are nurturing. We have another community in HR called Digital HR. We have a community in healthcare called ADMH, and then we are coming with a large mission called SMX Network, which is going to bring entrepreneurs, women leaders, and sales and marketers from all different fraternities to come together to actually learn and understand how digital is going to help. So we are now having an outreach of close to 200,000 plus B2B stakeholders. That's a very important point. So when I just consolidate my discussion to ASMA, we right now are touching 80,000 stakeholders in the country across the three verticals: higher education, school, preschool, and vocational, and also edutech. So these are certain facets, by expanding the scope. And in fact, Chandan became a true force behind. The vision was always there to move from higher education to other verticals, but after Chandan came in, it became a fast forward situation for us there as well. So in each of our community, we have a wide reach, and we invite you all to actually participate in the ways you think your individual and your business objectives are. But we have a lot happening with us here. And Chandan being the head of this community business, he remains in constant touch with you all. We expect the relationship to actually go to subsequent level in terms of your articles coming in. We invite in fact collaboration in every possible way. If you are looking to host a big event, I think we have the outreach for you. You just decide on the objective, we can execute. You decide on the goal and you want to reach out to the country, I think we have the best stakeholding group available with us. So having said that, here is my community web that you see, and I run a good business in digital, transformation. So we have consulting arms like InnoServe Digital, FMA Digital, CoBuzz, Digital RX, and InnoServe Solution into learning side also. So I welcome all the audience and all the speakers of the day to look at us the ways we can collaborate. Just a heads up on the Education Leadership Conclave. We have a lot more happening ahead also. So it's a 3-month mission ending somewhere in mid of December. We have a very powerful event lined up called Top, Women in Education also. We have some more initiatives around preschool conclave. We have a convention which is going to bring in stakeholders from across the geographies. We did a project on innovation last. We are coming up with a very unique student innovation summit in December. We in fact launched a student innovation summit with a 14-year-old innovator who got his patent done, and you would all be very happy to know and understand the innovation that he did is about a COVID Suraksha box, a box which can be installed in a school, in a university, in a college, in a home, and in a clinic and a shop, which ensures that the safety becomes at the heart of it. And that's another mission we have taken on Gandhi Jayanti. We did hosted WSI's launch chapter, and we took a mission on us of 15,100 boxes to be donated to needy. So that's the kind of effort we have taken, and we are getting very, very encouraging support and response from all over the country. And we invite you all to also participate in this particular mission. So I think these are some things, I don't know, I can talk another half hour if I wish to, talk about the initiatives that we have, but I would like to rest here and invite you all to, participate with us. Tell us, give us your feedback and suggestions. What do you want us to do more? And I think we'll be very, very happy to create opportunities for all of us to come together again. So with this, I thank you all again, and I welcome you to be part of the ASMA community. Over to you, Chandan. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks, Rahul. So that was a wonderful conclusion, and thank you, Remark. So it's we can still see we have 100 people still live. They're still watching. Something is going to come from the organizers. So the only thing which I'm concluding is that the next event is on 16th, and that is focusing on the higher education space, and the event is on innovation in pedagogy in shaping the future now. And with this ideology, and to get the maximum participation from all the viewers from the academia space, is that we'll be giving the certificate of attendance to all the attendees who are coming over here. It is to ensure that we get your sincere participation, and the deliberation which is happening in this forum is been discussed and shared to all the channels and the networks which you are associated with. So my appeal and request to even the panelists and the speakers, do follow the social media handles of ASMA. Please share your the videos, your individual speaker posts to all those networks who couldn't attend this event by whatever reason, but they should be aware of what discussion happened. So the live of event happens on FB channel of it, and people are requested to kindly fill the feedback form which has been shared in the chat box. So that is one of the compulsion to make you eligible of getting the participation and the attendance certificate. So with that, thank you so much. Be safe and stay tuned to ASMA.
Sure.